Okay, we're going to get situated here one way or another. Let's see what works and what doesn't. There's that. So, you're going to have to bear with me. One, I rebuilt this computer this week and it's been a disaster. Two, Mike and I are going to be streaming together and we've never done this before in OBS. So, yeah, it's going to take a minute. So here, I'm going to try to bring Mike in. There's his audio, and now this should be like a condensed side-by-side version.
Cool.
So you should be able to hear me and Mike. Is that correct, Mike?
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Hold on, I gotta use my phone to see it.
Clapping was good. Audio is a bit low. That's probably true though, but that's good feedback because I completely wrecked how we had things filtered and all kinds of stuff bad happened when I rebuilt this. There's a gate. Yeah, see, like none of this stuff works. This here, there. Let's try. I hate doing this on the fly. It's gonna freak somebody out. Compressor, open. What is this? I didn't even have this earlier this week.
Gremlins.
That should bring. That's probably like way too loud now. Let's try that. That should get a little more audio? If not, I can just hit the old crank button over here. I don't know if anybody's ever heard that before, but we'll see if that works.
Hey, we're side by side.
Yeah. So I did this. I don't know how it's going to be for like building side by side. I have a couple of choices, but we can see what happens.
Yeah, the delay is there, but
yeah. Andrew Rogers, the Bougie Lunchtime Fund, thank you very much for the 10. I saw it was Andrew's birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew Rogers.
Happy birthday, Andrew.
So,
is the sound okay yet?
Bob said no change. So,
even though we know Bob, we should trust him.
Well, so that's the tough part for me because I have to route to bring Mike in. I'm bringing him in as a browser source, but I have to route audio to him as well as routing it to OBS. So going out the stream, desktop audio that's where Mike is coming from. I should be coming directly from the card. There you go, Mike. $5 to fund the war against the machines. That's just for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fix'em Dude.
Thanks, man.
So let's do just a little bit of this. Maybe this helps. I don't know if that's any louder or not. We'll try that. Mike is fine. Chris is really low.
And I hear Chris fine
to fund the war against the machines.
I hate to, well, there you go. That should be quite a bit higher. Tell me if that works. We'll get it eventually. So, how are you, Mike? How are you doing today?
I am groovy. How's that?
Awesome, awesome. For those of you who don't know that, come to Chris's basement and wonder who Mike is, you should know Mike. He's a legend. He's a part-time employee of the basement. We make him come to shows with us and make sure kids aren't killing each other over a claw machine. And we employ him for all different kinds of things. But he's also like one of the main moderators for seems like every 3D printing channel on the universe.
All the good ones.
Yeah, all the good ones. You see Never Let the Machines Win abbreviated in a lot of chats, I'm sure. So that's Mike, and Mike is a good friend of mine. Uh, we've known each other a long time now, but we both have Prusa Mini Enclosures, so we might as well build them at the same time. There you go. So that's what we're doing today. So quick intro on what's up. What do we say? Good, much better, awesome, excellent. Thank you. We're good. Okay, so I don't really, this is kind of a leisurely build for me. I have the enclosure. I do have a filter system. I haven't ventured to go get the printer yet. It's over there, but I will eventually. And I have the light bar set up. So there's plenty to build. Again, just kind of leisurely. What I can show you in the camera, this is going to get kind of unwieldy. I've taken just the center out of the video, so we'll see. I can still use the other cameras and stuff, but I don't know how much that's going to help. But I guess we just dig in and see what's going on while we catch up and talk about what's going on in the world. I would like to be able to view chat a little easier. So I'm going to try to take... I know, I'm making changes.
Change is good.
I have not rebuilt... So I built this machine in 2018. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but when I went to rebuild it earlier this week, I found like the 1-year warranty expiration, and it expired in 19. So I didn't realize it had been that long since I tried to rebuild it. But there was a lot of stuff on there that I completely forgot about that I use pretty much every day. So I'm still recovering from that for sure. It does run a lot better. So I guess that's one good thing. But maybe I need to consider actually replacing it. It is getting pretty old. And where's my chat window? That's what I was looking for. Here's that. Stop making changes. You should know better. Absolutely. Why change anything? And you know, the only reason why I decided to rebuild it all is because, what was it now? I was doing something in... Oh, I was working on a video where we were building those ESP32s for the camera build, and every time I would try to compile, it would blow up. And I was like getting some application crashing, and I'm like, things were starting to slow down anyway, so it was time. But now it's going to take me months to get back into it. Sounds like you're letting the machines win. Yes, that could be true.
How dare you? While I'm here watching, even.
While I'm being supervised.
There's no way I should be a supervisor.
Okay, so let's tear into these things and see what we got. I do have, well, I did before I reset everything, trying to get things to work. I did have the instructions up. I did put the instructions in chat and in the description. Some people like to follow along at home, so...
Yeah, so they can tell you when you're doing something wrong.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah. Well, you screwed that up.
Audience participation points.
Yeah. Introduction, safety warnings. We're going to scroll right past that.
We're not rookies.
There we go. Seat, base, good stuff. What do we get?
I failed the step 9 already because I don't have that much room on this table, so we're just going to wing it.
Where is my Core 1? I have not received a Core 1. I did purchase one, but I have not had a ship date yet, so it's going to take a while. Chris Wright is the Reed Richards of 3D printing. I do what I can. Shane and I have done the dual build before with mixed results, but it's always fun. You just never know how things are going to turn out. Jerry's here. Yes, Mike is he's the go-to moderator. Well, I wasn't gonna say that, Shane, but
I'm missing the chat. Damn it!
it was a good time. Either way, it was a good time. Oh, I do have Buddy here as my. I guess you can see him in the shot. I do have Buddy here as my mascot for today. Buddy's been floating around the basement for a long time. He was setting on my mini enclosure. So when I went to bring it to the table, so he's now here to walk us through the build. It's a big Buddy, yes. And I was thinking the other day, that's probably bigger than Buddy was in real life, I would guess.
Probably close. I've got one just like it upstairs.
Nice. Whoa, this is like the shortest cheat sheet I've ever seen of any Prusa product ever. There's only like 5 bolts on it.
Yeah.
This thing's like already put together. There's like nothing to do here. We do get mini gold bears though, and mine are frozen solid. You could shoot these out of a slingshot and kill someone. Nice. I do like it that they're the European version. They still have the cum lot over the A there. Smallest harbors ever. 4 bears. There's probably like, I guess 6 bears maybe. 6 or 7 bears in there. It's an odd stream not having Mike in chat. Kind of is, isn't it? I wait for the mic icon to come by to tell me that something's wrong. If you decide to get one of these enclosures, what do you do with the lag table enclosures? Well, you can do all kinds of fun stuff with lag tables. Just, don't hold a lot of weight or you're going to be disappointed. I was concerned there'd be no harbor. Okay, what are we doing?
Where are we at? I have to keep looking at my phone to see the YouTube feed so I can see where you're at. So I don't get too far behind.
Oh, well, we'll shout out steps as we're going so we can line ourselves up. It says warning, bag includes silver sticker. I thought sure this was an empty bag. I was getting ready to throw it over my shoulder. But there is a sticker in this bag. We got feet, plastic parts. Oh, they give you a USB extension. So you can, for your, because the Mini's got that flash drive on it. So that's cool.
And it's at the back on the Mini.
Don't have to even reach in for that. Some screws and some zip ties. Get Mike to build me a computer? Are you I know we've talked about building computers before, Mike. Are you a computer or PC building aficionado?
The last machine I built is right over there at the beginning of COVID because I figured I'd have time to do stuff. And so it's been a while.
Yeah. I haven't built one. I haven't built a machine in, I couldn't even tell you, more than 20 years.
Can't remember if it's that one or the one before that. I went to buy the parts and I had everything all spec'd out. I thought I was right. And I got to this local store where I bought most of the parts. And the guy goes, "You don't want that motherboard." I'm like, "Okay, why?" He goes, "Because it doesn't work with that." And it wasn't that the spec sheet didn't say it wouldn't, but he had experience and knew that that board that I was going to buy sucked. So I was glad I went to a brick and mortar store to buy it.
Yeah.
Which is out of character for me these days.
I was going to say, that's uncommon to go to one at all.
Well, it was the start of COVID. Half the stuff was closed. They were still open because computers were deemed essential here, so
Okay.
computer stores can stay open. So.
Yeah, and Steve said I got that backwards. Mike, get Chris to build you a computer. Well, I could probably do that, but it's been a while. In all fairness, like I've built like, like you buy those bare bones and then you pick other stuff and put that stuff together. But like last time I built a computer, you had to still like consider, things like addresses and jumper settings and things like that to keep things ISA cards to keep things away from each other and all of that kind of stuff. So it's been a long time since I just put pieces together. But so yeah, this thing is like 2 halos and some uprights. It's not like pieces parts like the old one. And of course plastic, but it does have really groovy green plastic on it. It's not the old blue stuff. It's like Christmas. Did you have to consider a math coprocessor? Probably so. I mean, we're talking like 486 DX4, like that long ago. What were they called? DMAs? Your different device addresses. You had to pick which DMA you wanted on what device. It's been a long time.
Couple of weeks.
Yeah. .46 included the math coprocessor. Dusty Katz is here. Okay, we've been emailing back and forth about a pallet 2 that he's trying to get up and running. So I will check it out. And Dusty, I apologize. I know that I have missed some communication, but things keep me super busy. Having a full-time day job and all that stuff, paying bills is ridiculous. $80.86. I had a laptop. Like the first laptop I ever had was like, it was a really old one that somebody gave me. Like, it was old when I got it, but it was a VIC-20. So that's probably the oldest processor that I've ever used. I do still have we've talked about this before on stream. I still do have my original 286 machine up there on the shelf. I'm interested to see how some of this works because, well, I guess the filter is inside. I don't know that it has an external vent. Because, I mean, the filter and stuff are the same size as they are on the large enclosure.
Sorry.
Glenn Hogue is here. VIC-20 would have been a 6502. That's a good memory. How big is the interior of the mini enclosure? That's a good question.
All this crap and no tape measure. Handy.
I saw a...
I have to really work hard at remembering that I can talk and you can hear me. Usually when I talk and you're streaming, I say stupid shit and you can't hear me. And that's a good thing.
That's funny.
So I'm just kind of sitting here, kind of coasting along like usual, going, "Oh yeah, that's cool." No tape measure.
Oops,
Handy.
somebody builds an enclosure that's like shaped like a bubble. That's weird. I thought sure that when I was looking around for, when I was building the thumbnail, I saw the, oh, there it is. So wall to wall, it's 430 left and right, 500 deep, and 470 tall. So 17 inches by 19 and a half by 18 and a half. That's external. So you'd have almost that much inside. It's very thin walled. So when I talk, I can I've got the panels stacked on top of each other over here on the stool. I can hear them resonate when I actually talk. That's weird.
Did you buy the sound dampening kit to go on yours?
Do they have one?
No, but it sounds like it might be a good idea.
Yeah, no kidding.
You can hear them.
I might have. Building now is pretty easy. I'm so out of touch with stuff like that. I mean, are we still on like PCI cards? I know that there's, special like graphics ports and stuff, but I mean, is there a new card interface after PCI? Dynamat. Man, I haven't seen Dynamat in a lot of years. PCI Express. Because the Express has like 3 different sizes, right? Isn't that right? There's a little bitty one and 1632, all that good stuff. I really need to empty that trash can one of these days.
I emptied mine the other day. I'm thankful today.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd just be standing on all this stuff.
PCIe comes in small, medium, and OMG.
I can't see it. Does anybody know offhand what this little octagonal hole is for in the back of these plates? Is it just another exhaust port so Luke can fly in and blow this thing up later, or what?
I
wondered that when I was building the one for the Mark IV. But I don't have the kit for it.
I've never used it. That round hole.
I'm counting on chat.
Yeah. AGP. That was the one I was trying to think of.
That's it.
And Bob said the filter, but I didn't think the filter had an exhaust port.
And the filter is like big.
Yeah.
So, from what I remember.
And I'm going to go ahead and punch these ports out because I did print my handles. Because Mike reminded me to print handles.
Printed mine. In the fall, I think I printed mine. I had ASA loaded up on the Excel one day and went, hey. At the same time, I also printed all the parts to build a Mini with ASA parts specifically to go inside this. Yeah, those parts are behind me in a box still, and the Mini's over there in another box.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of work.
It was a good idea the day I planned it.
Right. Liz is here. Hello, Liz. How are you?
Another Canuck.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Andrew Rogers is trying to be funny about Scuzzy, but then Chris Russell mentioned Saz. Yes, good old Saz. See, like all the stuff that I work with is fiber channel, and some of it you see Saz once in a while, like in lower speed disc, but I haven't worked with disc in years, but. All right. Gotta find some feet.
They're a really nice color, those feet.
Yeah. What's have you always liked orange, Mike? Where did the orange? Orange has always been my favorite color, but it kind of stems from like candy as a kid. Like orange Starburst are fantastic. So that's kind of where my orange obsession came from. Where how did you pick that up?
I don't know where, like, when I was a kid, okay, I was a kid in the 70s, and I had wallpaper my parents put in my room that was geometric, looked like the side of the Partridge Family bus almost. I'm sure that's what my mom was going for when she picked it out. And it was heavily orange, brown, gold tones kind of thing. So earth tones, fall colors. So I don't know, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
But it's always bright. So it's always been my spot color.
I do like orange. It's hard to miss Mike at a show. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, my favorite coffee cup got washed. This one's only slightly filthy. It's brown though, so it's harder to tell.
And you wonder why you're having trouble getting all your stuff set up again. It's because you washed the cup.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it wasn't my choice.
Fixed it. You know.
I'm not gonna blame anyone, but we all know what I mean. Sergio likes oranges. I like oranges.
Better I can see. Okay, where are you at? Man, you're doing stuff already.
I'm just putting stuff on feet.
All right.
Talk about orange. Time for a Tang commercial. Tang is delicious. I don't care what anybody says.
When I was a kid, Tang was what the astronauts drank.
That's right.
I remember that.
What is Jackie doing today? She's upstairs doing her thing.
Laughing at us.
Yeah, she at some point she might be listening in on this, but every other Saturday is her official day off. So I made Mike be my co-host today.
Twisted my arm.
Yeah, I can't do it by myself anymore. It's just way too lonely.
Why do they even print black parts?
Yeah. I love Tang. I make cocktails. This is Andrew Rogers. I make cocktails using Tang and tequila. We call it the Sad Astronauts. That's awesome. Sad astronaut. How's How's the Canadian winter been, Mike? Snow
I
or anything horrible?
I believe that my winter has been easier than Tennessee's, North Carolina's.
Yeah.
Where I live, it's like we've had cold the last week or so, but not a lot of snow. Like yesterday, we got a couple inches, but it'll be gone by tomorrow night. It's supposed to warm up again. So
we got snow. I want to say like January 2nd or 3rd or something like that, and it is still here. It's just been really cold.
ours melted. I don't know when. Sometime with I don't know. I don't go out much, so
Well, I hear that.
my neighbor's like, telling me all about how bad the roads are when I see her outside, and I'm like, okay. She also keeps me up to date on the price of gas. I put gas in my car maybe once a month.
Bob has a warning of snow for Monday. Bob, where are you located again? I always forget. Logitech Marble Mice. Yeah, that one you have, Mike, was a really popular one there for a long time. People like
I like it. I started using those when I was sitting on the couch many years ago using a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And the darn thing always fell off, like the mouse. I always end up knocking it off the couch. These have got the wider base. The only thing that was wrong with these is if you did knock it off, the ball took off. And then, sometimes the dog got it.
Bob says, don't forget the hex nuts under the feet. Did you put yours in?
No. I wasn't following the instructions. Thanks, Bob. Couldn't have said it like 2 pads ago where I had a chance of just throwing them out and using the other ones.
Chat lag. Chat lag.
Chat lag. Not watching chat. I'm trying to keep up, man.
Oh, see, don't do that.
It's NASCAR weekend. I got to get my brain in race mode again. Okay, they're sticky. There. I don't need no feet.
From all the different things that you've built, you probably have like 500 of these sticky feet sitting around.
I was thinking that, and I'm like, oh wait, there'll be at least a couple left over from when I just built the other one a week or so ago.
Yep.
But where would they be in this room right now? That could be a question. By the way, gonna do a commercial. Best thing ever. Because somebody put magnets in it and then shared the design, and it makes it perfect.
Yeah, the only problem was, like, I'm guessing that one's PETG.
Yeah.
Since it's orange like that. But the only problem, I tried to make one out of PLA, and the magnets are so hot they melt through that one layer. That was kind of funny.
This one, I made, I don't know, 3 or 4 of these now. But these ones aren't bad. The 5 didn't quite stay stuck because it's, right on top of the magnet, it didn't stick right. So apparently if you put glue stick on the back of the magnets after you put them in, I'm like, yeah, I can just live with the wrinkle. Oh, these just fall into place. You don't even have to force them in.
Yeah, I guess they let
they don't have
the foot keep them in place. There's no left turns in enclosure building. That's what Bob says. How much room is around the Mark IV bedsheet if you put it on the floor of the mini enclosure? Trying to get ideas turning in my head. Well, just so happens.
Oh, good, because I was like,
I can give you somewhat of an idea.
Mark II, Andy.
So I'm guessing it's deeper than it is wide, right? It is a mini.
Yes. Yeah.
After I just read the specs and don't remember what I read. So like on the foot before, because it like bends up. So let's just talk about the bottom of it here. Let's see.
Thanks for distracting them, chat.
So in inches, like if you kind of center it up, you're gonna get like 4 1/4 in the back and the front on both sides, and then on the sides, you would get about 2 3/4 between the wall and the sheet. So we're talking 115 millimeters back and front and 67 millimeters left and right. So there you go. Gotta stop and pet Buddy every once in a while.
I'd have to run upstairs and get mine. I printed one in some clear white as well, when those are the thing to print. But I gave it away to somebody. She was going to paint it or something. I never heard back from her. Woman local that prints like concrete garden statues for people, like, touches them up after 10 years of being ignored in their garden.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, you want to try something with plastic? My goal was to get the thing out of the way so I didn't have to keep moving it. Worked for me, but
yeah, 300 would fit in there pretty easy. Liz built her first Mini. It's been printing nonstop since. Mini, I know that there's a lot of Minis out there, but at the time the Mini came out, there was so many of those types of machines. Like, I think if it came out now, it would be kind of a different conversation, honestly. But I think it was kind of underrated. It's especially so. Like, imagine if it came out after Input Shaper was released, but in the Prusa firmware, people would just been like all over this thing. But since it came out, it was pretty slow when it first came out. But now, man, it's like a race car. The Minis are really impressive. Kenneth, bent metal parts look like same type for the correlate. Yes, Prusa has kind of gone full stop on the bent sheet metal. And if there's one thing, like it works out. I mean, they do a good job designing all of it and all of that, and it's pretty easy to put together. But it sounds really stupid. But the thing I like about it best is you can get really creative with magnets on all of the machines. You can mount all kinds of cool stuff, especially like on the XL, because it's all that sheet metal. That really works out for being creative on how you want to add custom parts and stuff. All right. M3 by 12 is what I'm looking for. Let me get all this hardware laid out on both sides of the table so I don't know which way to go. It will confuse things for me. Red Light Mike is here. What is up, Red Light?
Hey, Mike. You always know where the magnets are in the bag.
Yep. Everything comes as kind of a cluster of parts.
Except those amazing plastic push rivets.
Yeah, those are fun.
Not the word. There's a few of those on my floor from the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Because they fly easy.
Question. When you update firmware on the Mini, do you have to do it in the order it comes out? Like 4.3, I think mine gives me an error when I try to put the newest on it. I think that you don't necessarily have to do I mean, it's not like you have to do every version. There is a jump there, though, that you end up, I believe the Mini has a jump where you have to do it twice. Like, but I don't know exactly what the versions are. Like, you have to get up to 3 something and then go to 4 something or something like that. I don't remember. But I could, if you're having trouble, I can go back and look at some of the stuff that I previously looked at, as far as notes when I made some of those videos, and I can tell you which version you need. My Mini is still hooked up to all that chameleon gear over there. It's easy to remove, but
so's mine.
It's been dedicated to that for a long time.
When did we play with that?
Yeah.
Before Murph.
Yeah, it was like
Murph,
I was doing that stuff last January, February. So I don't know last time we worked on it together, but it's been a while.
Because I talked to Bill about it, like at Murph.
Yeah.
Last year.
With all the open source and everything that's changed, it's like I'm due for a revisit on all that stuff because it's definitely different.
Yeah. Well, I still got the end stop on mine.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm halfway there.
Way there.
And there's a whole little table full of parts over there. Tubes. There's tubes.
Don't everyone talk at once. Thank you very much for the 5 red light. Anytime you ever need help, you just let me know.
I emptied out the that orange parts tray. And guess what parts were in it this morning?
Thank you.
There's a whole bunch of these little tiny springs.
Yep.
From the chameleon.
Yeah, those were interesting.
Yeah. That's a nice way to put it.
I'm pretty excited for the box turtle. I have to commit to what filament I'm going to use to print all the parts. Chris Russell says log needs an upgrade, maybe humbuckers. Yeah. I don't know what Log's future looks like. I think his future's just set. That's just how he's going to be the rest of his life. They'll bury it next to me. Do you need to reprint parts to manage the enclosure temps? The highest I've ever seen a Prusa enclosure get was about 30C. Maybe a little. Depending on the room you're printing in. I've never had a Mark IV problem in an enclosure. It's printed out of the same PETG. So for the most part, I'm going to say no. But, you know, it would never hurt to print it out of ASA or whatever. Poor Shane. I did feel really bad. Yeah, see, there you go. Mike's already with some ASA parts.
My plan is to convert one of mine to be used inside this. So I thought, time to print new parts with the newest parts and everything.
Yeah.
But that was 6 months ago.
Yeah, George is saying his has gotten up to 50 or 55. And I don't know if that's a Prusa enclosure or not, but the sheet metal and everything gives you so much area to dissipate. Yeah, of course you had your enclosure covered with blankets. Yeah, so that would be one thing, but it gives you so much area to dissipate the heat. It's not going to get super hot. But if you've seen the video where I cover the enclosure with all of the the 3/4 inch house foam and aluminum tape, it got to like 60 something, and it would melt parts. So that was kind of fun. But it was also actively heated, so I really had to try to get it that hot. Yes, I feel sorry for Shane during that one stream where Happy Extruder Ron busted in on him and he freaked out. It was really funny though. M320.
If somebody breaks into my house now and tries to get it down here, the cops might be here by the time they get downstairs because I can't disarm it from down here easily. So that wasn't a challenge.
They can make it down the stairs without falling down it. They probably deserve whatever they'd like to steal.
Yeah. You have to know the pathway.
Maurice, 15 months as a member. That's awesome. When we saw a record like 21 months or something, Derek was. I saw a 21 and a 20 last time we streamed. So in the Mark IV, you've got 4 posts that the printer kind of sets around to keep it in place. The Mini, it just kind of has a little triangle section. That's cool. Because, you know, it's Mini. Challenge accepted and failed. Will the Mini fit with the base? Like that 3D printed crazy base thing that they were making? I don't know. I think that thing made it pretty tall, didn't it?
I want to say it looks like there's some headspace on this, but I'm not sure.
We'll find out.
We will.
Yes, Mike, I do have an XL. I use it all the time. It's like I've had people ask me, it's like, what do you do with a 5-tool XL? I was like, well, anything I want. Sometimes I will print with that many different kinds of filament in one print. I have done it many, many times. But the nicest thing is you can load up 5 different things, and then you can go to it if you can remember what tool head it's on. That is.
There you go.
Is that your sorter?
No, this is because every time I buy a set of the Bond House things, I always lose the 2.5 one, right?
Of course.
Yeah. It's the one, like, they could send me none of the 5, 4, even the 3, and I probably never noticed that they didn't even send them. But so I thought, I'm going to be smart this time. I'm going to build a nice stand for down here. And this morning, I thought, well, I'll just throw those heat inserts in. And I relearned about cheap heat inserts that aren't chamfered properly so you can get the screw to go in.
Yeah.
They're just flat. They just cut them off. They suck. And when the guy designed this, person who designed this, didn't take into account that they don't always end up right in the center when you put them in. So then you go to put them together and they weren't working. So I said my favorite bad word and tossed them over there, and I'll deal with it later. But I printed those on the XL last night.
Nice. In
plain old PLA because I was lazy. And I only had to change one spool that way. So, yes, the XL is extremely handy.
It is.
You're printing something and the dissimilar support materials works very well. As long as the temperatures are relatively close on the base, on the bed, you'll be all right. And if not, glue stick helps.
One of the things because I have like endless amounts, and I'm sure you do too, I have endless amounts of parts of spools, like even same color and stuff. So that's one thing I really like to do on the XL, and I wish that I know it's coming. It has to. It has to be a feature coming in the slicer, but spool join, I can load up like 3 partial spools and just let it run.
Yep.
That's really handy, but you need to be able to control that spool join in the slicer because it's annoying to have to do it on the screen. But I'm hoping, because that is definitely a slicer function. It just makes sense that way. So I hope that comes soon.
And sometimes I'll remember to set it up for the first print in a series.
Right.
And then I forget to set it up on the second piece.
Yep.
And I get up the next morning and it's sitting there at 20% waiting.
Yeah, I've the same thing, same problem I have.
So you're right. If it was in the slicer, it'd make it a lot easier.
Yeah, you'd bake it in and you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, who goes to go look at their printer nowadays? I mean, come on. Robert, great to catch you live. Well, it's good that you're here. You've been a huge help. Awesome. Are you selling an Inner 3 to SKR 1.3? Clipper is still figuring out macros in Cura, but for now, my printer runs great. Awesome. That is great to hear.
These little bumpers always make me want to play pinball.
Three Medic Vince is here. Hey, Vince.
Hey, Vince.
Regards from Monterrey, Mexico. Adrian, how's it going? We were talking, Mike and I were talking a little bit yesterday, but these little enclosures, I don't know what it is about enclosures. I really like, I like packaging. I like enclosures. I like boxes. I like stationery. I don't know what it is about things like that, but it does something for me. Like when something comes in a cool box, that's usually my favorite thing about the thing that I got. If you put something that has a built-in magnetic clasp on the box, I'm all about it. I like, it breaks my heart to even throw it away. But that same goes for enclosures. And this is so cute and small. I really want to put like some sort of shelf over here in the corner and just have it like be permanent over there. I think it would be a great add to my background.
I agree.
It gets Mike's stamp of approval. That's all I need.
My original plan was to have this one be mobile so that if I had to go somewhere to talk to somebody about 3D printing, it was small, easy to carry around more or less, not like everything else that I seem to own. And that was the first. And then the other plan was to just leave it on my kitchen counter. So if somebody came to pick up parts that I sold to them, they go, "Oh, how does this work?" I'll go, "Well, right here." I have to drag them through the rest of the disaster.
Tom Maker Viking, I didn't say hey to you. Hey, Tom. And Helg says that Jackie looks different today. Yeah, we have a new co-host today.
Yeah, that's for sure. Quite the downgrade.
Oh, that's... That's what the positron's for. That's right. That's the coolest part about the positron, in my opinion. Well, I mean, it's a great showpiece. It's like, this is how 3D printing works. It's kind of, I don't know, I really enjoy it.
Man, you're putting on the uprates already.
I'm
just failing here.
There's no hurry.
Not for you, man. Races start at 6 p.m. tonight. You know, I'm on a time crunch.
You've got tons of time. What is the first race of the season? I was gonna ask you that.
Today it's who's branding it this year? The Cookout Clash. It's just a show and tell race to kind of make sure everybody's still in race mode again, because they've been off all winter, sort of. And it's on an ancient quarter-mile track that has deep history in NASCAR, nicknamed the Madhouse. Okay. Because there's always fights. There's always people driving into each other. It's a shit show every Saturday night there on their normal modifieds weekends.
Nice.
So they're going to take big cars that like to go 200 miles an hour and make them go a heck of a lot slower and turn in a lot tighter corners. So it'll be a mess.
Oh, good.
But it'll be fun. Starts tonight, and then tomorrow's the real race. Tonight's qualifying and crap. So sort of. Okay, what parts do I need? And 4 round heads. You'd think I'd be well versed in the Prusa fastener naming conventions by now, but every once in a while I mess up.
In the Prusa-verse?
Like when they, like it's got an R in it, so I know it's a round head and I know what I'm looking for. But when I was building the other one there a couple weeks ago, I forgot that there was nylocks. So of course I had all the wrong ones in at first, and then I'd take them out, not uncommon. And then I think I needed like 20 of them, and I had 7. That was it. I was like, oops. But,
Oh, they have the.
I've seen 8 of them.
They have the USB hole in the. Does it say Prusa? No, it just says Prusa on one side. They have the USB hole in front. I guess that would be more convenient, huh? Think, McFly, think. First Back to the Future reference of the day. There were some questions. Stop talking and build. No. What do you think is better to go with Orca Slicer or remain with Cura? I personally am not a Cura fan. Orca Slicer is built on top of the Slicer, Slick 3R Slicer, Prusa Slicer, whatever you'd like to call it. That's built on top of that engine, so I'm way more used to that. I still don't prefer Orca Slicer, and I know a lot of people do, but I'm just so focused on Prusa Slicer that I don't use Orca very much. I very, very rarely do I use Cura nowadays. So if it was me, I would abandon Cura and go Orca Slicer. But that's just a personal preference. I think they all work just fine. I mean, nowadays all of them have the same features almost. Orca Slicer has a lot more integration with machines. But Cura kind of has some of that stuff too, so it's just whatever you like to use.
I don't remember the last time I used Cura.
I only use it if somebody needs help with something.
Yeah, it'd be on one of the Creality early machines, like the CR10 time frame for me.
Yeah.
But even then, because I had Simplify 3D, that product.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I used that back then.
George asked if Prusa has the CAD files for this, and I want to say, right on the download page, there's a step file for the whole thing.
I remember seeing that.
All right, I'm going to open Prusa Slicer to open this step file. Hold your breath. Idea Maker, yeah. Jeremy, hey, I forgot to say hey to Jeremy Lucas. We talked about the coffee cup earlier, but hey. Yeah, Idea Maker, it's not bad. But again, I'm just kind of stuck in my ways.
I use Idea Maker with my CR30, the belt printer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It works well for that. They seem to be, to me, the best belt slicer. What's the other one that's web-based? I forget, but it's never been my favorite.
There's a couple. Here you go, George. So there you go. That's the printables page. The first, when you go to files, there's enclosure assembly, and there's a step file that has the whole enclosure in it. So that should help you out. Dusty told me that this corner was out of the alignment. Thank you. Everybody's watching for me, so I don't have to build.
Yeah, the box for mine was kind of damaged, and when I look close at it, the fold on the metal in the corner over here is overlapping, and it shouldn't be. So that was my phone. Seeing as I own it now, it's always good that happens this week.
Kirimoto, somebody said.
That's the one.
Okay, Glenn.
Say good at it in a minute. Thanks, Glenn.
Bill Steele is here. What's up, Bill? Hobbies with newbies don't break. Yeah, you want? I did manage to get most of the stream deck back together.
Don't break.
Again. What was the one that E3D was doing? I've talked about this a couple of times, but I never remember the name. You remember they had the online version they were going for a while? But I can't remember what they called it. Time for more coffee. I got super early today. I was super excited to hang out with Mike, so I couldn't sleep.
Wow. Life in the Midwest.
There's not much going on, Mike. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Winter in the Midwest. It's like, this is it.
Another 3 a.m. hair phone call. What was I even talking about? I was talking about. I don't remember now. I think I was talking about Uncle Jesse. I was like, yeah, we don't call each other and share hairstyle tips or something. I just say random crap. I don't know. But yes, no 3 a.m. haircut call yesterday. I would use my Mini, well, going forward, I will use my Mini a lot more now that it has a permanent place. The Mini is one of those things that's like, I get it set up, but it's so easy to move. You can just kind of pick it up and throw it wherever you want and set it down and do some prints. So it gets moved around all the time. So when I'm working on something else, it just kind of gets pushed out of the way and then I don't hook it up again. So if it has a permanent place in the enclosure, I will be more apt to use it. Pathio was a slicer. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Spent most of the hobbies with newbies. Spent most of the day brain straining on my first web app. Now chilling with your stream and eating pizza. All right, take a break.
Has it got pineapple on the pizza?
Pineapple pizza. Do you have any thoughts of going to any of the shows this year, Mike?
I'm afraid that the current political situation is going to make that unlikely.
Gonna make it pretty difficult.
I don't want to be on the wrong side of the border and have it end up closed.
Yeah.
During his last round, that was always a thought.
Hopefully
we'll see.
Hopefully nothing comes to that, but
especially if I have to pay 25% more for everything when I go down there.
Yeah. You might have to just come to live at my house. It's pretty fun here. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I have to pay 25% more for everything, though, right?
Oh, well, we'll fix it.
Yeah.
It has pineapple. It's not pizza. It's dessert. Here we go. And a hot dog is not a sandwich. Hey guys, I assume the kit version requires you to cook your own fish. What?
Have you not seen any of the videos of the core one?
No.
Well, at least the review units came with a 3D printed flexible magnetic fish.
Nice.
Which, when you mentioned that the steel frame is handy,
yeah,
when you slap the fish against the frame, he sticks. So
sweet.
From what I've seen.
Minis are the perfect bathroom printer. Fits nicely on the back of the bowl, Chris says.
You're not wrong.
Dig your mini out. It doesn't deserve to be covered in dust. Mine is probably plenty dusty. We'll see here in just a little bit. Murph is looking likely for me. I don't know if I'm going to make anything this year, honestly. We got like 7 gummy bears, like super mini gummies for this one.
Here, I'll give you mine.
Well, I got to make sure I'm on the right side. I haven't done that in a while.
Did I do that wrong?
Yeah, road trip. That's true. Chris is pretty close, a lot closer to Murph now than he was before.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll just see how the dates line up for me, because it's on the 20th, and I already had some stuff lined up for that. But some of that might fall through. We got a couple months to go. I hope I can still make it, but we'll see.
Okay, everybody look the other way while I reshape this bent metal.
Kilo of gummies from the XL kit. Man, you did get a ton of gummies with the XL kit.
I'm diabetic, so.
You need some place to go with those. Next time I see you, I'll take them. I eat way too many.
I ate way too many, too. My doctor gave me shit. It wasn't the butter tarts. It had to be the gummies. That's my story. Well,
it's been a while since I've seen Chris Russell. Like, I saw him at Earth 23, maybe? Maybe? I don't remember.
I last saw Chris Russell in person in 2019.
Yeah.
At Murph. Maybe Earth that year? I can't remember. He knows if he was there.
That would have been the first Earth, I think, 19.
And the second one, I think.
Most Americans don't know butter tarts.
Oh, sorry.
John is here from Australia. Hello. You're supposed to soak them in vodka. and give them to kids for Halloween. Okay. Is it really bent pretty far out?
Well, it's bent so that because where you got to get these two,
Yeah.
the holes don't line up. So I got to kind of bend a bit, try and get one of them in, and then I'll just bend the other one to match. It's the corner. It's not like it really matters. But like when I tried this one, of course I started on this corner, and they didn't line up at all. So that's when I clued in that it was probably bent. Use your bleep button. I don't want to take pliers to it because that won't be good. I'll just cut my hands open on the sharp edges they warn us about.
Yeah, be careful.
It's okay. So far, we still got free healthcare here, so it's all right.
Oh, good. Oh, they'll just patch your rat back up then.
Come summertime, we won't. But
so they want you to put the hexi cutout on the bottom.
and you're already done. One for later.
Blood, sweat, and swears. Ron says unlimited band-aids.
Probably still have some upstairs with Power Rangers on them from when my kids were little.
Power Rangers, what a show. There's this, speaking of TV, there's this local channel, and I don't know, but with digital TV, you get all these crazy add-on channels. But they call it, I don't know if, I mean, it's pretty widespread, but around here it's called Comet. And it's, sci-fi shows. And every morning at 8 o'clock, they play some random movie. And most days I'll turn it on just to see what it is. And it is most of the time the craziest thing that I have ever seen. Like a lot of stuff from the 70s, crazy sci-fi shows that I have never heard of before. And it's pretty entertaining, honestly. A lot of it's like, how could this ever have been a movie? So I've been entertaining myself with that this winter.
Oh, that's cool. I would imagine there's a fair collection of sci-fi B movies that they could fill channels with like that.
I would guess so. Glenn's going to go get lunch and replace Applebee's POS terminal to need a replacement. So, good to see you, Glenn.
Travel safe. All my years of machine shop are paying off right now. Trying to bend stuff back. Jesus. I want to just take a drill and just make the hole bigger, right?
Yeah. Shane's gonna bombard me with sci-fi movies and TV shows, anime I must watch. There's some crazy stuff on there, man. Some stuff I've never heard of. I was watching one the other day with David Carradine when he was very, very young. And it was on TV, of course. But even on TV, it was just this side of a porn movie. I mean, there was a lot of skin. It was very strange. And I think it was called Death Sport or something like that. I don't remember, but it was interesting. Let's put it that way. All right. So they do go through, I like this one though. They go through the steps of the add-ons during the build process, so you don't have to backtrack. So that's good.
When I was doing the Mark IV one, I had to keep jumping around.
Yeah. Were you watching these TV shows? They're on a local channel here, Shane. It's called Comet. And they have one of these crazy movies on every morning at 8 o'clock. So I turn it on just to see because it's so crazy what they're playing. Yeah, Bill knows it. Death Sport. Yep, that's one of his classics.
Seems to me that Carradine was not a stranger to softcore porn in his movies in that time frame.
Yeah. That's no stranger to that, I'm sure. Comet is national, so there you go.
Well, it was the 70s, you know.
That's true, it was the 70s. So there you go, Bob. Next time you're free at 8 o'clock in the morning, turn on Comet, and we'll talk about the crazy movie that was on for the day.
I'm gonna have to try and remember later and see if we get Comet here.
It's mostly Stargate SG-1, which I don't care for, and the X-Files. So
I like the X-Files.
That's like 90% of what they show.
Gonna go find a pair of vice grips in a minute and call it.
Chris Riley Comet movie reviews. Yeah, you want to hear somebody really abstractly explain something that makes no sense to do a review on it? I'm your guy. I could totally do that. Yeah, there was this one thing that happened, and then this other thing.
Are you printing yet?
Not yet. I'm trying to figure out how they want you to put the filter in. I'll move this over here. Mystery Sign Chris Riley Theater 3000. There you go. Anti-Stargate. Sorry, Bob. I just can't get into it. Maybe if I watched it from the beginning, it would be better. But I just catch like half episodes here and there.
It's because you sleep in.
Yeah. Comet is channel 30-3 here. It's 62-5 here. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing? Installing the filter add-on.
I'm thinking all the bad words.
Did you get it sorted yet, or is it still fighting you?
No, it's still... Thing is, it looks like I've got it bent right, but... Shipping damage, you know? This one corner was hammered pretty hard. But it looked okay when I opened it. I wish this was like the Mark IV size, where you had two holes so I could put a pin in one and kind of hold it.
Yeah.
to line up the second one, but you don't get that advantage here, so kind of have to do it by hand. And the aforementioned sharp edges are. I need a taper bolt.
Yeah, just ream it out a bit. It'll be fine.
You'll notice. Nobody's watching it. That Prusa guy isn't watching.
Yeah, there's no Prusa employees watching this stream, right?
That know everything about me. That can, send the squad to my house.
So this one has a little bit more assembly required on the filter than the other one was just kind of, you just slapped it on there.
Oh, great.
This one you got to put your own standoffs on and things.
All right.
10 a.m. is getting up early.
When I catch up to that, I'll just rewind the feed here and watch how you did it.
There you go.
Instead of asking 100 questions.
Shane says, Dave is here? He might be here somewhere. You never know.
He might not be able to get here. I've heard the borders are pretty sticky right now. Okay, this is just...
Nope, no sign, Shane says. We're good then.
I just need 4 more hands to hold it bent.
Was the box... Did the box look rough?
Yeah.
Oh.
And when I looked in, I just kind of looked down that corner and went, it should be all right. There's foam there.
Yeah.
But the corner was crunched right in on it. It's not like I can say anything about the courier because, it's been like, a year since I've had this sitting here, maybe. So...
Do you mostly DHL everything out of Prusa, or do you, like, sometimes all FedEx is a little bit easier, but you never know what FedEx is going to do with a package.
Usually I DHL it. They're usually the most economical.
Yeah.
And, if it says 5 days for DHL and 3 days for FedEx, a couple of days isn't going to hurt me.
Right.
But when I ordered my core kit yesterday, DHL was a lot more expensive, like the equivalent of, what was it, about maybe $40 more US. So
wow,
70 bucks here more. I was like, nah, I'll let FedEx take a shot at it this time. Literally, they'll probably, but it's a kit, so
Yeah.
But so is this, and I'm not winning here.
Also, here is just me, not someone working for a particular company, watching your video and taking notes to report back to people. That sounded very specific, Shane, for someone that wasn't going to do that.
It's like that Mike guy just can't even get the bolts in the hole. Insert all the jokes there. I went to school for mechanical engineering too, so that's even better, but it was 40 years ago.
Yeah, that's wore off by now.
Yeah, totally.
I went to school for a lot of things. Don't remember any of it.
Drank a lot of beer, played a lot of Frisbee. I remember that part.
Played a lot of Frisbee.
Okay.
That's a good looking filter.
Mine's in the box.
Bob has made friends with the DHL driver. That's good. We usually always have the same DHL driver. He's a really nice guy. I remember, like, we got the driveway redone like 2 years ago, and I remember him coming to the door. I was like, "Man, your driveway's nice. It used to be all broken. Now it's easy to walk." I'm like, "Well, thank you. Thanks for noticing, DHL guy."
Thanks for noticing the $10,000 you spent on it.
Need to distract Chris so Mike can catch up.
I think Mike just needs to mute his microphone and say a whole lot of bad words to make him feel better.
Technically, that's not a machine winning. So that's what Chris says.
Oh, it is. And I've got a little hammer thing sitting right here, but it's not big enough to fix this. It's like for putting screws in that don't quite fit the hole level. But this can't do that. So it looks like I've got it squared up, but it's just not happening.
I'll eat one of my Kind Bar rations while you
okay.
sort it out.
We probably got time to go make a full meal. The way this is going. Seriously thinking about getting a drill and just drilling the hole bigger so it lines up.
Well, I mean, go for it.
What could go wrong?
It's crazy that it's that bent.
And it's like half a millimeter off, but I can't bend it, hold it,
right,
to keep it lined up. And then as soon as I go do the screw, it shifts that little bit and it's out again. That's not going to help. All right, I'm going to go find a drill.
All right.
And I will, theoretically, when I get to the right screen here, mute the audio. So nod your head if it mutes now.
Okay. It has muted. The bottom is one piece, yes. I'm nodding. I was thinking that, Jeremy. Just put the top on and see if it will line up. It's just a little bit. He needs like a half a millimeter. He's just gonna drill it a little bit. It'll be fine. Don't tell me I put those I always do that every time I add one of these filters. I put one of these plastic pins in the same holes that I need to put that filter in. Even though it probably told me not to do that, I can't help myself but do it. Not the drill bit. And what is there? One. The hex is not for the filter. So the hex is down at the bottom. That's where they tell you to put it anyway. So maybe like for, I could see like using that for like multicolor or something like that. Because I mean, it's, you know, probably 60 millimeters across. It's pretty good size. I don't know. And like Jeremy was saying, putting the top on might line it up, but this is the curse of streaming with me. This something always happens to the person that that's on the other side. Usually it's just me, all the bad stuff's happening. I wasn't going to say it, Shane. The Riley curse. All right. I accept that. Shane, what shows are you going to this year? I know that you usually don't find out until later, but any ideas of the ones that you would like to go to? I haven't seen you in a little while. He comes back with like this giant auger bit, a 2-man drill, 2-person drill. I know I'm not supposed to be building. I can't help it. Some Comic Cons? That'd be pretty cool. I'm not a huge, comic, you know, that universe type of person, but I still enjoy it. I like going to the shows and seeing all the stuff. Well, I was hoping to knock this out in 2 hours. I guess that's not going to happen, huh? My magnets keep jumping up on the bottom of my enclosure. I'm going to be wondering where those are here in a minute. If I do make it to Murph this year, I really have no plans on taking anything with me. I really don't. I mean, there's still tons of time. I could build something, but I really have no ideas. I don't know what it would be. Hopefully Mike's okay. He's been gone a minute. Bring my positron. Oh, definitely bring the positron for sure. There he is. You're
Sorry,
back.
this is it's taking longer than it should.
How it works.
Well, found 2 cordless drills. Guess what state their batteries are in?
Yep.
And the ones that are corded are out in the garage, and I have to go move a bit of snow and shit. I know the locks are frozen on the trailer, so the one that's in there is not accessible right now. Life in Canada land, eh?
Eh.
I thought, hey, I'm going to take this cheap off-branded Dremel type tool that is sort of brand new in the box and has all the original bits that suck but might do the job. So I'm going to try that.
People was saying like if you put the top on, if that would cinch it up enough to get that lined up, but I don't know.
Or I could just put the top on and just never put one in there.
It's true. You could just always be missing one.
That's always an option. Let's do that.
Somebody said zip tie.
That would be perfect. Post that. Bruce is kind of famous for using zip ties for everything.
Well, I mean, it's right up there.
Screw it. I'm just going to put the top on, and good plan. We'll just go with that for today.
See, chat is super helpful.
Thanks, chat. You're awesome. Is the next step to put the top on before I mess up and put something else in the wrong place here? Use the same procedure for all profiles. Yeah, bite me. Oh, there's only one comment. I bet it doesn't say, what if the corner is bent?
You definitely need to leave that comment now. What if the corner's bent?
Yeah, if the corner's bent, you're trying to do a live stream and, you know.
Please contact your shipping provider for a refund.
Yeah. God knows how long it's been since I've... Okay, help me jump ahead a page. Which way does the lid go on relative to the front where the USB port is?
So there's only one Prusa logo on the top. And it lines up with the USB hole.
Thanks, Prusa design team. Shane, clip that. I don't always say that.
During a Lulzbot rebuild.
God. I have enough problems today.
Their 2020 is 1 millimeter narrower, and that's a lot. Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder where they got theirs. I wonder what they're using.
Obviously, 2019.
Shane's gonna clip and edit this, and if you pull the drill out, he's going to
show it to Joe.
Pixelize it. Show it pixelated.
Yeah, pixelate my face and just leave the big orange shirt on. Won't be obvious. That's okay. Joe doesn't know who I am, so it's safe. Pretty sure I would know then.
So, what's for lunch? I was told that if I was good, I would get corn dogs for lunch, and I do enjoy corn dogs.
I was going to say, oh, you said that as a good thing? Sorry.
Well, you know, again, I am from the Midwest.
Yeah, I know. It's a food group.
Salt and fat.
Yes, I just double checked that I have the Prusa logo lined up with the edge with the USB hole in it.
Excellent.
Just for anybody that might be watching and going, watch, he's going to mess it up again. I don't know what they're like.
Huh. They're using stuff not far from my house, actually. Misumi uses 6mm slots. The stuff from Utah has 5mm slots. Same as the stuff you get from McMaster Car. Interesting. Good old McMaster Car.
Main reason I use them is to get 3D models for stuff.
Yeah.
I don't buy anything from them.
So, you know, like, I turn in. I mean, I don't turn in circles. That sounds like that people know me. I talk to a lot of people about 3D printing, and the folks that I get along with the best are people that are usually retired, like guys that are getting into build stuff that are over 60. And they're not, you know, they're not going to be, most of the guys that I know that I talk to about building stuff, they want me to build them something, you know, and 3D print it so that they can build something else, which I'm fine with. Yep. But I talk to them about 3D printing and whatever, and I always think it's funny because I don't know McMaster Car really outside of 3D printing, you know, like designing stuff around their parts. But then I'll say, well, it's based on a McMaster Car number whatever, and they're like, oh yeah. And I've actually been at a guy's shop, and he had the catalog that you could flip through and find that
the
part
paper
number.
One?
Yeah, I just thought it was really funny that it's like it brought it all together for me at a moment. It was kind of, I don't know, I found it amusing. But.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, guess what? When you nest two of these, the lid and the base in each other, and then the corner gets crunched, guess what happens to the top corner?
To get crunched too?
Yep.
But now you could like shove, you can, now that if it's to get, like most of the screws are in it, you could kind of like shove it one way.
Yeah, kind of skew it until it works. Or we might just have two corners with,
Drop it a few times. It'll bend back the other way.
My first job out of school was in a packaging testing lab. I broke things for a living, so I have experience at that.
So there you go. You've been training for this.
It's off just the same. Shane, look the other way. As he clips that too.
Yeah, somebody's going to grab that one.
There's going to be a whole half-hour video of me hitting his shit. And I'm usually not like that, but that's okay. Wait till we get to those. My favorite things, those little plastic rivet things.
Shane is now calling this the Riley curse, so you're welcome.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out some channel locks or something to bend that to hold it. I'll figure it out later. I just won't put the plastic pins in that corner when we get there. How many days am I away from that? Handle that's fire suppression. I can skip that.
Yeah, so the next step is to put that little plastic window in the top, I think.
All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm right ahead of that. What screws do I want for that? So we want to follow the instructions as good as we can. Those ones. All right. And that. They're all clear now. Can't see them. Sure, get the blind guy to do it. Is chat telling me I'm doing something else wrong?
No, Shane's just complaining about you manhandling the enclosure. It's fine.
All right. That's all right. I trust Shane to do something with it to get me in trouble with somebody. So it's that nylon rivet thing.
See you later, Chris. Have a good day.
See you later, Krusty. I assume it's Krusty we're talking to.
Yes.
Okay. Can't be
Doing
distracted.
fine. Keep up the good work.
Can't look away. Insert. Oh, we're just holding this in with nylon rivets?
Yep, just the plastic parts just got nylon rivets on it.
My favorite part. I forget what I was doing with those ones. Maybe it was the XL one. I thought I was gonna have to draw some up and print more. Kept losing them everywhere too.
Shane says, for the record, never got Mike in trouble before.
Yet.
Well, so far I'm just glad that I know I'm jinxing this, but I'm just glad that all the streaming stuff to line us both up into OBS has worked. So that's good. It's not laggy or anything.
Is it looking okay to people out in the peanut gallery?
Yeah, I don't know.
So we had some concerns about using this setup.
I was curious how that was going to work. Oh, okay, cool. That's the one thing I didn't know. Like the light bar, I didn't know if it actually had the 3D printed clips in it, but it does. So, good on them.
Yep. No, so far the only piece that I had to print was the handles, and even they're kind of optional, I guess. But
yeah, I do really like the handles, though.
Yeah, and then we have to figure out how to hold the power supplies on.
Yeah, that's another day.
I've got a version 1 mini and the latest one here, sitting here so I can show you the difference.
Yeah.
Side by side. Because the way they describe the names of the parts to print is beyond my skill set. Okay. Look at me flying along.
You're doing good.
Shit, just move the screen. Back panel. It goes over there. 6, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We need that octagonal hole cut out, right?
No, it doesn't mention anything about it. It goes towards the bottom in that.
Yeah.
But the fan doesn't actually have a vent hole. It just vents it back into the enclosure. So
really?
it just says put it on there. If you're putting that filter on though, leave those top 3 open on the top. If you're looking at the back, it's on the top left.
Okay. Okay, I really want to know what that hole's for now.
This is. I don't know if this helps or not, but that's.
Sorry. All right. So when I'm looking at the back, it goes in the top left. So put the bottom ones in.
Yeah.
Okay. Not that it's uncommon for me to have to cut a couple of these out at some point.
Yeah, I always end up having to go back and press them out, put some back in.
I just use side cutters and take care of them and hope there's more.
They do give you a lot of extra, that's for sure.
Yeah. That injection machine's keeping busy.
Get Jackie to come visit. She can distract us while Mike builds.
Catches up. Now you guys need your movie update. And
yeah.
Movies and food. She's probably upstairs power watching movies now on fast forward so she can come down and give a report. When I see her again, she's gonna yell at me for that. She'll remember that.
What is that supposed to mean, Mike?
What's that about?
I can hear it now.
Because she's yelling from upstairs. That's why you can hear.
I can tell you, adding her as a co-host has made it more interesting.
One of the floor gods. Yes. It's good to have somebody you can banter with, and if you're stuck on something that they can kind of,
it definitely gives me more time to focus, but it definitely takes a 3D printing stream into a different spin. That's for sure. Which it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that it is what it is. But
okay. Oh, I say I haven't seen those parts yet. That's all the ones. I guess we're putting that in now. All right.
She's the life of the show. She'll enjoy that. I'll tell her that, Steve. George wants to know if putting the top on fixed it, or now you just have two with no screw in it.
No, I applied kinetic energy to the opposite corner and bent the one so the top one fits in the hole now.
Good.
So So I got, what, 7 out of 8? That's a pass.
Yeah, that's a pass. You're good.
Take it. I'll take that. Oh, the recycle pile. Okay. Any surprises with the power or the filter I need to know about?
The only really tricky part, so you take everything apart. You kind of have to feed your hex wrench through the front to line up an M8 to put those standoffs on.
Okay.
You probably need the picture to kind of tell you what to do, but that's really the only tricky part. But it's not bad.
Take the filter out. On my next Prusa order, I have to order some of these because my Excel one's apparently worn out already.
Yeah, I was. I think we talked about this already earlier, but I was curious the other day what one of those things costs. I would imagine they're not cheap.
Don't remember. I had them in my cart yesterday. I had 2 of them in my cart with a bunch of other stuff, and then I just emptied the cart so I could buy the core one. So
that's the kind of thing that I'll buy, like next time I visit Printed Solid. It's like, give me some of them filters.
Yeah. Make sure they're in stock before you go visit.
Dave, take it out of that kit over there and give it to me now.
Don't let Matt hide them all on you, or Chris, or any of the others over there that we know. I was thinking that the other day. How many companies do I own products from where I know multiple employees by name?
Well, that's the best part about the 3D printing community, in my opinion, is that it's very common to do that. I enjoy it.
Yeah, oh, it's cool. I think it's great that some of our OG generation of people are now working in the industry with Printed Solid. So
yeah, it's very cool. Well, it's awesome to see them expand like they have. Wow.
Oh yeah,
they really blew up.
Yep. All right. So where I wish that parts were printed in different colors, maybe.
Hit it till it works. Percussive maintenance.
That's it. All right.
At least they want you to run all the wires and everything before they tell you to put the door on, so that's nice of them.
It's kind of nice for a change. All right. This is the part in a build when I look at the little drag bar on the right side, realize that it's a long way to go.
Well, we don't have to finish. Having fun is the most important part.
Yeah, that's the F word I've used in my head a few times today.
Fun.
Free is my second favorite. Fun is my third favorite. I have a shirt I used to wear to work that says free is my second favorite F word.
There you go.
Everybody knew what the favorite was. There's no question. Repeat the same procedure.
I've worked at a very large corporation for a long time now, but even in and I've been there almost 20 years, but even in the 20 years that I've been there, things have changed so much. But it's funny that you say that, because I mean, it used to be a very, let's just say, it used to be a very colorful place. I mean, people were not afraid to express themselves freely. And nowadays, that's not so common. And it's kind of really taken the magic out of the whole thing. I kind of enjoyed it, but it's not that way anymore. It's a much more friendly atmosphere nowadays.
Politically correctish.
Yeah.
I don't really excel at that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess it's okay, but I kind of preferred swearing at each other until the problem was done. That's how I knew we were getting something done. It's when somebody was really upset.
It's like cheerleading.
Well, that means you cared. If you cared to get that upset, then obviously you cared about what you were doing.
Okay.
Zimmy is here. Hello, how are you?
Zimmy. How's Zimmy today?
Paul the Texan. My boss and I cuss each other out all the time. Of course, I'm self-employed. I love it.
Yes.
It's hot in this enclosure when you're trying to put some zip ties in there. Guess it's working.
Oh, we get to use zip ties?
Yeah.
Surprise. Spoiler.
It's for cable maintenance. It's kosher. Just getting over influenza. Sorry to hear that. Well, at least you're getting over it, though. That's good. You can totally agree with that. Yep. You know, it's good to see a little passion while you're trying to solve a problem once in a while.
Does the O-ring just kind of sit there with gravity?
It does.
At this point? Okay. It doesn't have to fit into a groove or anything.
You're willing it to stay on.
Perfect. Holes. All right. Stay.
Oh, I see. I was like, what is that USB plug? It's the, I keep forgetting about the extension thing.
My minis have got extensions on them already.
You were way ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when I put them on. I wasn't just too lazy to reach around the back of the damn things on the lower table in a rack.
Exercise
man,
caution.
I hope the bus is set enough that I can put another 8 inches of wire in it. And they've all worked. So, good job, engineering team. I feel like I'm sucking up for something, but good job, engineering team. Like any of them are here. It's weekend.
Yes, all good here. I had some sort of interesting cold something for like 3 weeks. So, but I'm mostly over that now, so that's good.
Is that good?
At least it's tight.
Yep. It's cool because I can hear it echo back through the headset. With not much delay, it's pretty good actually.
Yeah, so far this is gone pretty well.
Sure, for you. I'm just kidding.
Well, the technical setup part. The building is just... I do love these Y power cables.
Yes. Oh, you're way ahead.
Just unboxing. Getting stuff ready. I'll stop and clean up while you continue building.
Okay. Slide the filter in. Boards at the top.
That's right. It wasn't Mike's fault. It's DHL's fault.
Yeah. When you were talking about how your DHL person is consistent, it's always the same person, pretty much.
Yeah.
I have the opposite here.
Really?
And the day that the XL came, it's a big, awkward, heavy box.
Yes.
And the poor woman that was delivering here that day was barely taller than the box.
Oh,
She was like, if she was 5 feet tall, it would be pushing it. And I felt bad when I saw her coming up the driveway. She handled it better than I did.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I didn't say anything, but yeah, that's what she
Yeah.
does, right? Or I'm a mouse jockey, right?
That XL showed up, and the guy came to the door and just made sure I was here before he got it out. Got it out of the truck, and he's like, "I got a big package." And I'm like, "Oh, you do?" And then he's like, "Yeah, it's pretty good size," and I'm like, he just kind of looks at me for a second. I'm like, "Do you want some help?" He's like, "Would you mind?" I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." So I at least helped him because they show up in like a pretty small van, really. I mean, it's a pretty small vehicle, and but it's a very cumbersome box.
Yes. And then all the others that came with it.
Yeah.
If only they made glasses that I could see close up and far away with.
Well, they included the internal spool holder.
Yeah. That's one that I can't get apart again. It's the extra touch, the fact that the logo on the back of the fan is oriented properly when you look in through the back window.
Yep.
It's those little touches.
It's the little things.
Make a note, Shane. Mike said another good thing. Time is it where Shane is? That's not that bad. Should be evening.
Yeah, it'd be like 7:30 or so.
Yeah.
Dan, are you too happy with XLs? I'm getting ready to order one. I'm happy with my XL. I think it works pretty well. Now, is it worth as much money as you pay for it? That's up for debate, I think. It's very expensive. Oh, see, there you go. Shane is 820. But I really like it. If it was my only 3D printer, like if hey, I'm gonna go buy a 3D printer, I want the best of the best. Like I want a really nice one. I think I would be thoroughly happy with the XL. How about you, Mike?
Yes.
All of that?
It's consistently my most used machines right now are the XLs upstairs. Not at all totally the fact that I don't have to go up and down stairs to use them, because I wisely kept them on the main floor of the house, so I didn't have to slug them up and down the stairs ever.
Yeah.
I just took over a spare bedroom. But I like it because I can print any of the stuff I print on any other machine here, except the Bell printer, I know. But I can do everything on it. Like I just send it and it works and it prints great. So
yeah.
And I like the enclosure. My favorite part is the accordion front that just stops those side drafts a little bit. I use it almost all the time on the one that has it installed.
The enclosure is handy. But again, it's about price, you know. I've used it without it a lot, and I've used it with, and it does definitely help for a lot of different things. But it's quite the add-on. But I think we've talked about this before, but I wish there was just like a front shield. I don't need the bubble or anything. I just want like something for the sides.
Yeah.
And that would help with a lot of different, I mean, you don't necessarily need to keep that heat on top.
Right.
For a lot of different prints.
Well, that's kind of like, because I've got 2 XLs, and one of them's got an enclosure, and the other one, I own one. It's still in the box. There's a theme with me, but I wish, a lot of days I wish I had it on the second one as well. Especially if I'm running 2 prints for the same client. I like to have them be the same that way. But
yeah.
So, but it's on the list. Hey, I've built 2 enclosures like within 30 days already here. You know, I keep it easy.
You're catching up.
Getting there. Being underemployed is going to help that.
I don't even know what I'd do with myself if I didn't have a day job.
I'm learning quick. As I finish up stuff on the former day job, so that they still interrupt my days once in a while lately, but it's getting less and less. Okay, side panels, put them in. Use the little plastic clippies.
Yep, but make sure not to put in the 2 where your handle goes.
Yeah, where the handles go.
Yep. But that's it.
Were you watching when I built the other one there?
No, I did the same. I just did the same thing that I always do with these and put them all in and then take them out. So.
Yep. And somebody mentioned bifocals before for my glasses issue, which would be okay if my prescriptions, like the magnification, stayed consistent, but might change occasionally. So it's a lot easier to buy cheater glasses from Amazon in 4-pack of each style I need than it is to be buying prescription glasses over and over again for me.
spending my profit sharing check. Awesome. There you go. I in
Nice.
Excel. Guessing that's going to need quite a bit of slack to be able to get into that PSU holder. I'm going to have to leave that loose until I figure out what part I need to print.
Okay.
We watched the Running Man the other night. I hadn't seen it in a long time. One of the Arnold Schwarzenegger classic. Always a good show. Plus, it has Jesse the Body in it. You know, you can't go wrong there.
You don't need one in that hole, Michael.
I don't know what made me think of the Running Man, but something did. Everybody around here is getting ready for the Super Bowl next weekend. I bet you're excited about it, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're probably almost as excited as I am.
Totally pumped. There's no blue shirts. Right?
What's that?
Is there anybody wearing blue shirts?
Don't think so.
See, that's how I always pick. When I was in school,
pick the winners if they have a blue shirt.
And they'd have one of those big charts, and you had to pick a block, you know. And I'd say, okay, who's got the blue shirts? I just pick the blue shirts because I know, nothing.
I like your method.
It's like, just, put down your $5 or whatever, and just pick the blue shirts. or I'd pick the square beside somebody that I knew knew a lot about whatever hockey or football or whatever game it was that was happening.
There you go.
And I'd use that logic that, they know what they're doing, so that'll work.
There you go. It's a Christmas color Super Bowl.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. And no, I don't care that the Bills aren't in it because, just because I live near Buffalo. Okay. Oh, I know why these aren't quite working. This is the corner that's sprung. No wonder they don't fit. Because I'm going, how can I have more holes that don't line up quite? It's that other problem. Do we put I'm going to put them in. I'm going to put the handle in this side because it's kind of all that's going to hold parts of it for now.
Yes. Sad though, you're from Detroit. Well,
next year.
I think I'm about to the point where I have to go figure out what condition my Mini is in over there.
Oh.
Dan, when he orders his Excel, he'll have to come back and tell us how he enjoys it.
Yes.
If nothing else, it's fun to watch.
It's like an aquarium.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. What else? I'm gonna go find my Mini.
Okay.
I know where it is, but how much stuff is it hooked up to? That's the real question.
I was lucky. Mine was still disconnected from the chameleon test, so.
And the answer is a lot. Okay. Coming back.
Yeah, that word.
Still has a print on the print bed.
It's a good sign. Means it works.
I like it that YouTube sends me an email that I'm live on my channel.
Do they just send it now?
Yeah. Thanks, YouTube.
Hey, I just found a use for the 5mm hex wrench.
Pushing those things out of there? Or
To hold the nut in the back.
There you go.
Because they don't fit snug, so. And I had them pulled down, and then as soon as I put the screw through, of course, it popped them out. So. Nope. So much for plan A.
might even put my serial number sticker on my enclosure. I'm so proud of it.
Wow. Sure why we need a serial number on it, but
in case we have to call for support, right?
Yeah, I want to call for support.
What if it's wonky and you can't put some screws in?
Yeah, don't use DHL.
You're gonna need a serial number to phone this in. It doesn't have a serial number. It didn't happen. So they told me.
All right.
I think
some of my machines have multiple serial numbers now. Over the years.
I think my mini screen is still wonky from when I dropped it. It's
fine.
Okay. It's no longer, you can't set the position anymore. It's just locked in. I think I just put a screw in it to hold it there. Oh, is there a mod for this to put the screen on the outside? That'd be kind of tricky.
Doesn't. Oh no, it doesn't on this one.
Be cool if you had like a little window in the door, but that would be kind of a pain to open, but it'd be cool.
Yeah. As you've said earlier, I don't think it's ever going to get warm enough in normal use.
Yeah.
So what's the rectangular clear panel in the top for?
I don't know.
Like from an engineering standpoint, I guess. So I bought the light for nothing? Damn.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question, because I mean the first I saw the slot and then I'm like thinking, well, filament maybe, but then that doesn't make a lot of sense. But just extra light in the enclosure, I guess.
Yes, that makes sense. I'll go with that.
To look at your print from the top. Okay.
Just in case.
Okay,
this sprung corner is just causing issues.
So I'm tempted to pull up those parts just to confirm, like pull up the parts in the slicer and measure them to confirm the PSU that I have, because there are two different versions.
I would say it's a pretty good idea. I've got two here, but I don't know what that third one is. I forget what they...
I will have a look. Let's see.
If you want me to measure them, I have a tape measure and now, because I picked one up when I was upstairs. And I've got a early version mini before the plus, and a mini plus more current than the last year version.
All right, let's see.
Handy.
We have all the versions now. For some reason they have the older one setting on its edge, which, all right, I get it. So older, the file name is older PSU holder. It is 72.3 millimeters wide. And 35 millimeters deep. How big is mine? It's right at 70 wide and 33 deep. So that would be a bit, well, 35. So this is the right one. This is the older one is the one I have.
Yeah. And the newer one, go ahead and tangle it all here, is approximately 75 wide and 31.5 millimeters thick. Thinner. and it's a little bit wider than the original one.
Yep, 76 is what the part is wide, and 32 deep. So yeah. So the newer one is wider but thinner. For those of you following along at home. So I'm going to discard the current ones. Mr. Jackson says MMU because you can't remove the top.
Can you use an MMU with a Mini?
I don't know.
I mean, I can put Ford parts in a Chevy too, but you know.
Oh, well, that's a good point. Bob makes a good point. So on the Mark IV enclosure, you can do a flip top mod. You can make the top liftable. On this enclosure, it's all one piece and you can't. So that gives you that panel gives you flexibility.
Well, and if you wanted to use a multi-kilogram spool, I guess the top would be the way to load it in.
True.
Right?
True.
You have to down and under, but you could do it. And they probably put the plastic piece over it just so you don't use it as a handle. Because, you know, we all would.
Plastic piece A, XP. But what does XP mean? I think that's what was throwing me earlier. I'm going to look that up.
It was throwing me out, too. I didn't get it figured out. Good point, Bob. Clunka.
So that's the external, I don't think I got that last part in my... STL file.
I don't...
Here.
Oh.
MMU fit the Mini? Nope, not at least not stock.
Is that the official word?
That is the official word. So don't call Shane when it doesn't work.
Remember the days when you could make statements like that on a live stream, just knowing that Shane would get a whole bunch of calls the next day?
Ah, the good old days. I really didn't mean for a lot of the videos that I made to fall on Shane, but they did, and I've apologized before.
He handled it extremely well.
Current PSU holder. I don't need that.
Try one for me. Because I'll ultimately, that's what mine will be using.
So I guess maybe there's two different types of add-on power adapter.
Oh, that's nice.
Hold on, let me measure this one and see. This one's about 47-ish and 30.
Yay.
Yeah, mine is it looks to be mine is the one with the XP on it. It's a little deeper.
Okay, so that's the difference.
I guess.
Thanks, you're saving me wasting plastic. Because I would have probably ended up printing at least one part wrong in that section.
Measuring stuff in the slicer is where it's at.
Yes, very good thing that they added. Another design thing. Do you notice that there's little kind of indents where when you cut out the hole for the handle, if you don't get it cut enough, there's an indent in the printed part that you made?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty smart.
Pretty clever.
Again, Mike's sucking up to the design people. Well, I curse them about those stupid plastic rivets.
Yeah, they're
and the
not a lot of
NMU
fun.
buffer.
Maybe I should break in the mini enclosure and print the PSU holder out of ASA just for
Because it goes
posterity.
outside, doesn't it? Or does it go inside somewhere?
It goes outside, but, you know, just to do it.
Oh, okay. Just to see how hot it gets.
Yeah.
And then watch the rest of the mini melt.
That would be so sad.
Thumbnail. Okay, come on. Okay, I'm going to say this here. I missed the part where they had the little slot to put the square nuts in, so you didn't have to try and hold them from the back.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else seemed to hate them, but
You like that part, huh?
I like the fact that even if they were hanging straight down so they fell out, you just had to hold your finger over it. You didn't have to try and get it oriented right like these, because these aren't snug enough to hold in. And it just turned again. Oh, maybe it did.
All right. So I think I've got the PSU thing figured out, maybe.
Good.
And the mini PSU, it plugs in on the right side. So I don't have to have a ton of slack for that. Just a little bit. Yeah, they want you to put that PSU cable inside that foot. The old school PSU cable is a monster. So I don't know if it'll actually go in there or not.
It's. I noticed that when I pulled out the new one.
That's knocked something off the front of the table, but I don't know what it is.
3 or 4 times the diameter of the newer style. Maybe they made the newer ones thinner just for that reason.
I don't know, but I think you're going to have a special type of foot or something to do that. I don't think it'll fit in there.
Yes. If you go into the file with all the alternate parts, there is one with a 1/2-inch groove out of it instead of a 1/4-inch groove. Sorry. When you just said that, I remember seeing it earlier in the week.
No problem.
I'm turning in the stupid service bolt, and that isn't even in there.
Feet bracket old PSU.
Yeah, you just need to print one though, right?
Yeah.
Make sure it's the same shade of orange.
Oh, it will be.
Just in case you don't have, a couple of kilograms of orange.
Can't do anything unless you have lots of Prusa orange on hand.
Okay. Well, other than a few places where I've left pins out on purpose now, we're doing all right. Handles in. You've already got your light in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Try to get through that part.
The foot is printing now.
Good job.
I knew I left orange on that printer for a reason.
My Excels usually have black and orange on them.
Black is 90%. Black PETG is 90% of everything that I print.
I try to keep Toolhead 5 for black, either PLA or PETG, whatever. But because there's lots of days I'm like, which one's on which one?
Mm-hmm.
And I've thought several times about mounting a wide cam over top so I can see. I haven't got to it yet, but I thought about it.
I've had the same exact process. I'm like, you know what would be really handy? to be able to see these and tell what filaments where. But I never got around to that either.
Yeah. It's on the list.
I used to have, so I had to, again, I'm going to complain about rebuilding the computer.
You're allowed.
I used to have the stream, so I forgot to back up my Stream Deck. So I had to rebuild all the buttons. And it didn't take that long, but still annoying. But I used to have a button that would show, like, your viewer count and, like, a few stats from YouTube while the stream was going. And now they're just question marks. So I don't know what I did wrong on those.
But,
it's
bar rater, is it? I think it's
no
a special. What do they call them? It's a custom chunk of code. You can get it through the StreamYard site or Stream Deck site.
Yeah.
And I think it's Bar Raiders, the person or group that makes a lot of that stuff.
I'll have to go check it out. But that's been a long time ago since that worked. So, but it would be kind of nice to have it, so I wouldn't have to flip through so many pages to find the info I wanted. Stream Deck is just kind of like, I bought it and like, hey, this looks like fun. I do it. Does it really do me any good? Probably not. But, you know, what are you going to do?
I use the foot pedal more than I use the Stream Deck. Like the 32 button one or whatever I use upstairs. It's got a little one down here, 15, which I use a lot for this because it's got all my different camera views set up on it. But I use the foot pedal a lot in graphic software for zooming in and out.
Oh, nice.
Like instead of zooming in like click, 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 like 5 times to move in or out a lot, I've got the left and right pedals rigged up to just do it 5 times for me.
Well, that's cool.
It works handy. I like that a lot. Worth whatever the thing cost to me. Okay. Diffuser. Is there any scratch tape on the diffuser?
Mine had tape on one side.
No, it does too. That'll look kind of weird.
I just had that in my hand. Like, what the?
Mine has it on both sides. Just saying. I'm peeling something off of it anyway.
I tried a couple of times and I couldn't find anything on there, so.
Don't worry, nobody will take marks off.
Nobody's grading me on this.
Well, Shane might be, but ability to follow instructions. Skipping them like crazy. Sure. Just set that hex nut in there and it'll work fine. All right, I'll believe you.
Did you update the mini firmware from the 30th of January? That was one of the things on my list to do today. I have not updated firmware yet.
No, me either. I had a note yesterday to try it first on one of the minis and see how it went. Didn't do it. Didn't get to that.
Step 58 is a diagram of PSU clarification. That's it. There's one that's branded XP Power, and there's another one branded Delta. And it says that. So mine actually says Delta on it. So maybe I'm wrong. Delta PSU. The PSU is smaller than XP PSU. You will need current PSU holder, add-on PSU holder, A and B.
Mine's a Delta.
So there you go. We need the current one.
Okay, so not the XP.
Not the XP. I was wrong.
Well, XP has been retired for a couple of years, so in a different world. ESD. Too quiet again.
I can't talk and slice at the same time.
You know. Remember the old days where you could start the slicer and just walk away for a while?
Yeah. Older PSU holder. Why do I have that in there twice? All right. We're just going to say that this is how it's going to work. So now I'm happy with it.
Okay, so we mount this thing somewhere.
Oh, and of course you take out some of the pop rivets to install it. I should have known that. And then door hinges.
Left support would be here. Good, that's not the corner I'm going to lay a beating on later. Power jack for the light goes to the top or bottom?
To the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Put a Bondtech extruder. You have Bondtechs on your minis, don't you?
Two of them. Two of them have the Bondtech with the filament sensor integral.
Uh-huh.
And the one behind me might be a Bondtech. I'd have to turn around and read, see. But it does not have the integral thing because they were sold out back. Or they didn't even exist maybe when I bought that one. But at the time of the first version of the Mini, the Bondtech solved issues for me. I was blowing out the tubes on it.
Yeah.
And after the second batch I ordered, I said, that's it.
Mine is still completely stock.
I'd have to go check notes to know for sure.
I've looked at that Bondtech upgrade. It looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I was popping the PTFE tubes off for a while, and it was like jamming up, sort of starting to jam, and then it would just grind it out with the old ones, as I recall, but it was a long time ago. Okay. All right, we're back to this kind of problem again.
Alrighty. M3/8. Mike Jones says, nice box. Andrew tried the Bontech upgrade, but never ran right. The stock extruder's been fine other than the coupling change. My only problem was Steve says, my only problem was the way the filament feeds from a horizontal spool below the base. It can get jammed up. I finally decided to put the original spool holder, and everything has been great ever since.
All right. Light is mounted. Zip tie season.
Hear the XL over there whipping around, creating my foot.
Good job.
Good job, XL.
It's handy when you have machines that you can use to make parts on the fly.
Yeah. Who knew? This one might actually seal up a little tighter since it doesn't have the double door on it.
Yeah. Did you get the weather stripping kit for it?
I am kind of curious,
like... Sorry, go ahead.
No, like fillings, like there are gaps and stuff in it. Filling some of them up or printing like some TPU spacers or something.
On the XL, that's what I used to run all my wires through, is the corners.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we put the power for all this stuff, like I assume this light panel, the wire should go towards the back as opposed to across the front, right?
So the light panel plugs into the on-off switch in the front. So you route that through there, and then you route your small power brick from the back corner to the front corner. Because the power brick's going to plug into that switch module in the front, and then the
that
lights
I don't have in yet.
Yeah, the lights and the fan plug into that switch. Just got some ceramic heater hot-ends for like $10 on AliExpress. No heat sinks. They're marketed for Cobra 2, Cobra 3. If you get the right throat, it should fit into any heatsink. Interesting. I had quite a few of those on different hot ends over the years. They seem to work pretty well. Lock kit. Who needs a lock kit? You're supposed to reach in there and get burned. That's how it works.
How are they going to learn?
I'll never learn. My grandmother had, like, speaking of getting burned as a child, my grandmother had, like, this ceramic, I think it was supposed to be like a panther or something, but it was a ceramic thing and then open in the back and it had like a light bulb that set on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. And, you know, it was a cat. I thought it was cool. Well, I didn't realize that it was 1,000,000 degrees because the light bulb was on. And I only touched that once, I can tell you that.
Our neighbors had one of those, I remember.
Those were pretty common, I think, back in the 60s or so.
Yeah.
Yes, the thermistor might be different too, but the heated cartridge is pretty standard as long as you get the right volts, I think. Yeah, there's one really common one of those cartridges that I've run into a couple of times. Can I add one more Prusa LED to my Prusa enclosure? I have one in the filter kit already. There is like an expansion plug on that board that where the switch is, but I don't know what they use it for. They also do make like a splice board, but it's for something else. But you can plug. I seem to remember there being a board that you could plug 2 things in and one that had the input power. So I think you could probably safely. Those LEDs don't take anything to run. You could safely run 2, one on each side. You just have to figure out where it was going to plug in at. Yeah, I'm trying to think of those ceramic heaters where I bought some at, like, because we had the round ceramic heater that came off of, what was that called? It escapes me. It was some extruder.
Yeah. I mean, in the early ones, like all the J heads and everything, all the predecessors to E3D stuff, they all had common looking ceramic.
Yeah.
Because you could see the bulb when they poured the ceramic into the little metal tube, I remember. They didn't get the right shot in it.
And the newer ones are like the round disc type. And kind of like the Revo, but a little different than that.
Yeah.
But OmniaDrop, the OmniaDrop extruders had those round ceramic heaters.
Did you ever have the micro M3D micro?
No.
That was my second printer. First one was a kit, and then the Mendel i2 design, and then this one. I can see the box for it. It's back there somewhere. But it had like induction, like it was just a coil to melt the filament. It was a coil around a tube. Heat creep was a bit of an issue.
I would guess so.
Because heat goes up the tube, and and the cooling were those little tiny fans that didn't really do much. But it was a cool little printer, but you could only run it for about an hour, and then it would heat creep itself. So I remember finding models to print extra cooling units and add fans to it and everything. Never really fixed it. But it's orange. proving that I had orange print before I had Prusa stuff.
I had an M3D, like one of the models, and it was just horrible.
Yeah.
Somebody sent it to me. I never got it working right.
But the machine that my first, it was a kit sold to me by a coworker's family was making them. Her husband and his father and them were making them.
Uh-huh.
Making the kits. And they were, the A-frame designs, right? And he was making the hot ends, cutting them on a little mini lathe in his basement, and then winding them by hand. They were induction as well.
Wow.
I don't know if it was real common back then, but as I got more commercially available printers later, because I just thought that's the way you did that, because the first two printers were induction.
Yeah. Bob says, what printer was it, Mike? M3D what?
M3D Micro.
Micro.
They came in like blue, green, white, black, orange. Yeah. Now that I've started the story, I'll pull mine out. Remembering that I'm tethered to the sound department.
Nice. I remember those.
There. There you go, Bob. Wow. You want to talk about dust? But that was it. Let's see if I can. If I just knock that camera, will it focus once it stops waving from me hitting it? Where is it? That's their drive gear right there, in behind that cover. And it went down through the induction piece was farther down.
How far we have come.
And the filament in it must be a flexible, because it bends like perfect. But 2-corner drives, they were connected. Had a removable plate, as I recall, but big enough for him to get it out. Because it was designed so their little tiny spools they sold went underneath the build plate. I never used them there. But
Bob says his was a mini Da Vinci W.
I remember those too.
A lot of people I talked to, their first printers were Da Vinci's.
I've got a Da Vinci upstairs. Bought it off like Facebook Marketplace type deal years and years ago. A machine shop had it. They didn't know what to do with it, and they messed it up. And they just wanted it to never be in their building ever again.
So
I got it for like, well, they wanted, I don't know, at the time, like a couple $100 for it in the ad. And I didn't want it that bad.
Yeah.
At the time, it was the first printer I would have had that had a enclosure and a bed that moved vertically.
Yeah.
So I thought for doing like time lapse, it would be great. But it came here, fired it up. I got it to the head to move a little bit. Then it made a whole bunch of bad sounds that sounded like gears grinding themselves apart. And now it's a table.
Nice.
It's repurposed. I think I paid, I don't know, 30, 40 bucks, something like that. It wasn't a lot. I probably spent more on gas to go pick it up. The guy just wanted it out of his sight.
I don't blame him.
It's kind of out of my sight too, because it's a table in the back of the room where the XLs live.
I don't like the way that the door handle mounts.
And it mounts similar to the way the other one does.
Well, I mean, it's got magnets in it, but maybe I did something wrong. Oh, I did do something wrong.
Heck no, don't admit that.
But what is it that I did wrong? This door don't fit.
Because you sprung the case. My sprung case is migrated to your house.
Oh, I flipped the hinges upside down. Silly me.
Oops. Part of my plan to catch up.
I don't know why I thought that was correct.
It's been smarter to install all these zip ties and wiring when the side panels are on.
Yeah, that's kind of tricky.
Good enough for now. Tighten and trim later.
I left all my zip ties pretty loose because I have no idea how long some of these cables are going to have to be.
Yeah. I usually leave mine loose until later. Make them pretty at the end. And they're easier to cut off if you end up with them in the wrong place that way. If they're still loose.
It's true.
Less chance of catching the wires.
Much better when they put the hinges on, right?
Now slam the door really hard and see if it breaks. Okay, and Uncle Jesse.
Ooh, they want you to pull it apart and remove the PTFE tube. I don't even know where the filament sensor for this thing went. Oh no, it's still attached. Never mind.
Mine's bypassed. The one that's external.
I want you to auto home all the way to the bottom, and then you can like lift it up and put it in. That sounds like work.
Of your pay grade.
Most things are. Steve, thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you soon.
Bye, Steve.
How does Prusa deal with that on the Mini as far as Bowden connect? Even the stock Mini Hotend has a lot of separation in between the PTFE side, the cold side, and the hot side. So it really doesn't suffer any of the problems like the ones that go all the way to the nozzle. So you shouldn't have any creep problems with the Mini design.
All right. Wow. The fan has a good length of wire on it.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Thanks, design team.
See how my printed part over here is going. Oh, it's almost done. How many minutes? 6 more minutes. Feel free to take a break or anything like that. Anything you need to do, Mike.
No, I'm good. I'm at the point where I did that. And if you got to go do other stuff or anything, let me know.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'll probably run up there and see if any lunch has been prepared for me. But other than that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's 3:30 here, so. I know that if I go upstairs, there's no lunch prepared for me, so.
Oh. Well, if you were here, there'd be lunch prepared for you, Mike.
That's right. Okay, I'll drive right over.
I'm very spoiled and fortunate.
My passport still works, I think, this week. So. Okay, so I've missed something.
What part are you on?
PSU. They show you how to guide the cable out through. The PSU sit outside, or the power supply. Yeah, they sit outside, right?
Yeah. So you just guide the barrel.
Oh, but that's the okay. But the picture on step 46 shows it going down through a hole by the hinge, which aren't even on yet in mine. But
yes, yeah, I noticed the pictures weren't step by step.
And it's not even doing the right thing.
Yeah, the PSU that I got, the extra PSU, the Delta one, doesn't have the disruptor thing on the
ferrite on it.
On the other side, it's on the PSU side. So yeah, the picture's a little different.
So I usually like to skip ahead and see what I'm supposed to be doing and then try to work backwards. Yeah, it's the add-on. Would have been good if they would just name the PSU add-on with a different name so that that's this one. It doesn't make sense. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that are done that we haven't got to yet.
Yeah.
I think. Because like the USB cable looks to be installed, and I haven't seen anything about that yet.
Yeah, that's on the next set of steps even.
Mhm.
So yes, in the pictures they're not the same.
That's the main one for later. This is the other one.
Dealing with PTFE of any kind is not my favorite thing to do.
It's like you want it to be gripping the outside, but slippery on the inside.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a lot of well-blessed PTFE tube in this house.
They do tell you to mark it though to make sure you have it in all the way. That is a good tip.
Oh, you're doing the filament sensor thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the first time I did that? I had no clue what they were talking about. Again, I think some of these things through earlier might have made them easier to do. Eventually, I'm going to have to bring the power supply line in for the Mini as well. So while I have the foot off of it,
right,
I'm going to cheat and put both of them through at once. Try to be time frugal.
Filament sensor. Oh, I gotcha. It's tight.
Sounds like it. Yeah, I'm going to have to print those holders tonight.
I've been thinking about, like, since on this one I usually just use the, I know I have a coated sheet, but I usually just use the smooth sheet on anything I print on the Mini. I don't know if I have a satin sheet for one of these or not. That's kind of my go-to for ASA and stuff.
Yeah. Not sure if I do or not. Okay, now, did they give us any idea of how long we need these cables to fit through?
No, I just, you know,
like, because they're going to be pretty tight in the in the foot here, the new style foot.
Yeah,
they're going to be kind of snug. So I think I'll just be changing them again if I have to. Maybe go print one of the big ones later. Yeah, there isn't really. Or Are they not both supposed to go through the foot?
Yeah, they both go through.
Yeah.
Well, I mean no, I'm sorry, I'm not tracking you. So on the back foot, just the PSU, just the printer PSU goes through the foot.
Oh, okay.
The extra PSU does not.
So how does it get inside later? Just go through the hole?
Yeah, it just goes through the hole, and then you immediately zip tie it down to the back.
All right. Well, that will help. Okay, so lots of that for now.
Winslow Joy, it's going well. Thank you for joining us. You're never too late. Do you care if I leave you to build for a couple minutes while I run upstairs?
No, knock yourself out.
I'll even make you full screen.
I will be here thinking bad words about how this works.
I didn't even think about that. I should have made an extra scene where you could go full screen.
That's okay.
2 people. Second. I start running out of names to call all the different scenes that I had.
That asshole Mike by himself. That's a good name.
Now that's not right.
And then never make the mistake of sharing your screen sometime, showing somebody something. You go, oh, sorry. So my coworkers could not see what some of my folder names were for their projects. Can't fire me now.
Browser.
Foot is in. Cable can still be adjusted so I don't cut it off. The other one is in there somewhere. That one won't have to be that one.
I've noticed the Video Ninja doesn't really like going full HD.
Maybe asking too much for the bandwidth.
Oh, now I have multiple audio sessions going on. What did I do?
Sorry. I will mutter to myself so you can use that to figure it out.
Now what? Why would that have broke this? Why did I? But now we can't hear you at all, right? No.
I will keep talking. There you go. Now you can hear me.
But I can't if you mute that. So I fixed this earlier today. This is what happens when you change things.
So you should have left the 2 screens up and...
I know it.
Don't break.
But they shouldn't be. That shouldn't have changed anything because I didn't transition to another screen.
Right. I see why now. Okay. It's all making sense now.
There is no explanation why this would have happened.
Because Microsoft. That's what I blame for everything. Somebody's knocking on your door.
Oh, you can hear that? Nice.
Yeah. Audio quality high. It's a squirrel in the backyard. Once in. Okay, now it makes sense. I didn't understand why we had to put the power line out through the front hole. Because you put the on-off switch on the front.
Gotcha.
Makes sense when you think about it. Critical thinking and all that crap.
You see, now, maybe it was just lag because I was messing with it, because now it's fine.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, and you're not, there's no echo now. I don't know what happened.
You fixed it. Good job. Hey, work, you'd take credit for it. Yeah. Just push the thingamajigger into the whatchamacallit and away it went. Used AI.
I used AI. Yeah, because it's trying to send some audio back through my... Let's see what chat says. What does chat say?
They are the deciding factors. All right. Makes sense now. Two square nuts. Cool. Where do I find those?
All right, I'm going to try to switch this over to you and see what...
All right.
You can still hear me, but they can just see you.
Okay.
So, have fun.
Hi there, people. All right. I'll catch up in a minute. I apologize for ignoring chat, but go check out chat, see what it's saying. Does it sound okay now, Andrew Rogers? When I talk now, is it okay, or is it? Much better. All right, good. Thank you. Basic board. Oh shit, we need the little star washers too. Should have known they were in the bag for a reason. How short of screws are using? 12s. All right. Right now I'm working on the little switch box that lets you control the light and the filter. Pretty tricky little unit. It's reasonably in focus by the looks of it. And then we are going to Those go on the front, so that's good to know. True. A little bit like that. And I think that's going to stay in there, do we? All right. Play along. All right, sorry, I can't see it from there. Sure, that was better than my usual method.
Okay, I'm back, but I'm still hearing your audio mic like digitized.
That's not good.
So let me just undo what I did. It shouldn't have had an impact, but hey.
Windows audio as it relates to OBS is a block art in my experience.
So that made it all better. So I guess what I did was I duplicated the scene.
Right.
But the audio on the scene should not have been active until I transitioned. So it shouldn't have impacted anything, but it sure did.
Weird. Blame Video Ninja.
Well, the good people at Video Ninja did it out of the goodness of their heart, so I guess I won't blame them too much. So I'm going to eat this food while you...
You go right ahead. I'm just assembling the switch box piece. I think. Put some wires out through some holes.
They don't mention anything about running your network cable through that hole in the bottom.
Oh, good idea. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I would use it wirelessly in the house. In the kitchen, it would have to be wireless.
Oh, they do say, if necessary, connect Ethernet cable. So
I have to go see if I've got another orange one around.
I'm curious how the spool holder feeds into this filament sensor. Oh, it just kind of hangs out there.
Just hangs there. That's the way it works before.
Just hanging.
Just chilling. Villain. Okay. Connect that. Connect the fan to the fan.
To the leg bone.
That's where I was going, but... And luckily, the LED one goes to there. Those are good. Yeah, I wonder what extension's for. Future use.
Yeah, I don't know. Because there isn't any other feature that requires power. Like, I think the only ones we're missing is fire suppression and lock or something like that.
Yeah. So it just goes like that. I guess.
It is pretty cool though. They make all those PCBs like in house.
Yeah.
It would be awesome to like, work upstairs and like, hey, I need a PCB. I want to draw it up and I'm gonna go print it out.
Yeah. I wonder what the process internally is for stuff like that. Like, I'm sure there's a process. You can't go just doing whatever you want.
I don't know. The way Prusa does things, the people that I know work there, like, it's a little this, a little this, a little that, which I'm totally fine with. I was talking to Pavel one time, and this was like right when the Mark IV came out, and I had been talking to him for a little while, just about this and that, and I kind of forgot that he worked for Prusa, and because he's like in like the education side of things or whatever, but he does work at the factory. But back then, this has been years ago, but I was talking to him and he said something about, well, the Mark IV and this, and I was like, how'd you get a Mark IV? And he just looks at me and goes, I walked downstairs. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know what I was thinking of. Well, I guess that's what you did. You walked downstairs.
Went downstairs and picked it up. Picked what the one he wanted. Sure. I thought I was doing so good and I messed up. See, forgot the star washers. Or what do they call them? Serrated washers? Oh, I always called them star washers when I was a kid.
Good enough.
On my bike, that's what they were called.
And my larger size foot over there is done. I'm going to go grab that.
I'm looking forward to printing those tonight.
It'll be fun. You should print them inside your new mini enclosure.
No, I won't. Because the mini I'm going to put in here is still in parts.
Oh.
Judging by my success at building stuff today, yeah, probably not going to stay up all night building that.
Oh, but it'll be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about it after I wake up.
Yeah, again, that's the F word I'd be using, all right. Nice. Kind of favorite. We heard you coming.
Extra large foot in hand.
Perfect. That's right. I should look at the screen. Oh shit! I'm still showing the top view. What color did you print it? That's the question.
The proper color.
Okay, good. That narrows it down to 2.
And I had extra foam feet.
Perfect. Yes. Maybe that's why they give us so many.
There you go.
Or they buy them in sets and need 2 more, so they give us another sheet.
They've done the math. It's not cost effective to cut them up into smaller.
Yeah. Lately I've been thinking one of the things I have to really work on down here is taking all the leftover bits from different assemblies I've done. And sorting them so I can use them again, or at least put them in one box so I know where they all are.
Yep. That is a challenge.
So when I need 2 more of something, I know that I can at least go to that box and maybe find them.
I spend a lot of my time trying to organize stuff like that, and it just... Sometimes I'm okay, and sometimes not.
Well, the filter and light switches make clicky sounds when I push them, so I guess we're all right.
That's a good sign.
Mounting. Okay, I've already done that. You've showed me how like 6 times.
Doing this after the side panels is on is kind of fun.
Okay, I'm confused. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm at the part where I could be mounting my power supplies and stuff on the back, which I'm not ready for yet. But I was like, huh. When do we put the door on?
Yeah.
Comes later. Comes now.
Gregory is here. Hello, Gregory. What color did you print it in? Yes. Gregory said, have they sent me a Core 1? No, they did not send me a Core 1. But I did buy one. I don't know that I bought it the day it came out, but I bought it pretty close to when it came out. I don't know when it's going to be shipping, but we will get one. I will get the one that I paid for at some time, and we'll check it out.
All right, let's do the door. Sensing that magnets are going to be needed soon.
I think I'm good. Did you miss something? I don't think so. We're just building away.
Mostly successfully so far.
We're doing a great job.
I think so. You know, you could be Employee of the Month pretty soon.
In my own company?
Yeah.
My company is very, very small, and I still haven't been Employee of the Month, so I'm not sure what that says about me.
You need to adjust your parameters.
I'm very very picky about who I choose for Employee of the Month. Hank's not around anymore, but he used to get it every month.
Well, yeah,
and he did the least. In fact, he was actively working against me most times, and he still got it.
They do that. Okay, so I have all the parts. And those, whoops. Bunch of those. Okay.
Make sure it's not going to hit anything. That looks good.
Good idea. Whoa. That way.
Plugging this power adapter is kind of tricky.
You should be watching this part so I can learn for tomorrow or the next day when I get my parts printed.
That would actually probably be better to, if you had enough slack, before you set it in place, plug your power in and then set it in place.
Yeah. All right. Where's the persuader? Rubber tip persuader is perfect for putting these pins in. Never get them flush otherwise. Look at that. I know what I'm doing. Please let it be the right way.
I haven't been Employee of the Month because I'm not wearing enough flare. That's true.
Oh, that's a good point.
I
haven't watched that in a while either.
I love that movie. It's like my whole life explained. Prusa don't know it yet, but I'm converting my 3.9 to a Core 1. Nice. Yeah, I don't know that I will attempt a conversion.
I sat there yesterday and looked at the amount on the screen, and I just mentally started adding up all the projects I have to do so far, and I thought, yeah, I'm not going to take my 4 apart to do that. Plus, I'd have to make it a 4S first, and then, you know. Yeah.
Well, that's true. You have to jump a level before you do that, right? Or technically you do. But...
Yeah, technically you can do it at once, but it's like, so I got to go buy the upgrade kit for that, and then which I'll probably do at some point anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy. That's like one of those when you're ordering something, just throw it in.
Yeah, well, it was in the cart when I deleted my cart yesterday because I didn't want to spend that much money all yesterday. So, but yeah, and my 4 is busy a lot lately.
Mm-hmm.
Today it's not my friend. It's got some stuff stuck in it. I think it's because the dryer got to the end of its timer cycle. And it wedged itself in. So that's future Mike's problem.
I have had that same problem before.
So it's been sitting for a couple of days in the timeout chair.
Timeout. Andrew Rogers, I'm with you. The kit's only $950. And it looks like a pretty easy build. A lot of the stuff's already together.
Yeah.
So it's not like the old bucket of bolts. So that's good because of all the sheet metal and everything. But I was with you. I'm like, nah, I'm just going to buy one and hopefully start using it.
Back when you ordered yours, I seriously looked at it, but I had to take financial stuff into account at that point.
Yeah.
And it's what, 200 or 250 more for it to be built?
Yeah, I think it's like $11.49, $9.49 or something like that.
Okay, a couple $100. Well, that's basically $300 to me.
Yeah, and the
plus
shipping.
Plus, the weight should be around the same, but the box would be bigger. But then the import is another 13 or 15% on top of that again. So
I do get hit with a foreign transaction fee, but I'm not exact. I want to say it's like
it's your credit card doing that.
Yeah.
Usually.
But I want to say they hit me with like, I don't remember, 2% or something like that. I don't remember what it is.
Here's the biggest decision. Which way do I want the door to open?
Huh.
No preference right now. Always flip it later.
I always open them right to left, so I don't know. But I am going to pull the little thing off of the hydrometer to make sure I make it the right side up before I put it in here.
Experience.
That's skill right there.
All right.
Come on, spool holder. You can do it. There we go. Putting that up there in that corner, kind of hard to see. And they gave us, yeah, they gave us the 3D printed one.
Didn't know there was an option.
Well, I've got so many of those Mark III spool holders, I could just grab one of those arms and throw it on there. Those are just sitting over there in a pile.
Yeah. There is one behind me.
Mine does not want to go in there.
I had a little talk with it while you were gone. Told it to slow you down a bit. Oops, wrong one.
TFT E3 V3 display. What are UART connections? George, you'll have to remind me. Are you using Marlin? And you've got it plugged into a SKR board, I think. Oh, what are the UART connectors for? Some of those you could control. I'd have to look at which one. Some of the you could control different things. I don't know exactly on that screen what they intended that for, but I seem to recall one of those screens you could plug it into those high current driver modules and control them via UART. It like gave you a second serial path. Seem to recall something like that, but I might be way off. Because basically it would be just another bus. But honestly, I don't exactly know what they use it for. If it's labeled UART, that's kind of confusing. Well, this fit in here well for a second. Not now.
I'm recalling my grade 3 magnet rules.
What's that?
Don't get them too close because they'll smash each other.
The ones going into the door handle, I had to get a pair of needle nose and just force them in.
Yeah, I'm using forceps right now. Whoa, hey. That didn't sound right. You stay there. Switch glasses so I can see.
The simplest stuff that always gets you. The spool holders.
Got it in there crooked, so of course it's not going to fit because it's low dimension part. Square first. That still didn't help.
Ah, you son of a... I tempted to super glue that thing in there. The M3 nuts inside the spool holder just do not want to fit.
That's not good.
Even after I pulled them through with a screw, they still don't want to fit.
So get them in there, a little dab of hot glue or nail polish will keep them just fine. Shane's trick. Whoa. Magnets.
Can that screen be used for Pi 4? I mean... That screen, I don't think so. I don't think it actually has, like, HDMI on it. But I don't know if that for a fact. I don't know that screen. There's so many of those different types of screens. 35, E3. I'm not sure which one that one is. It has the ribbon cable. Maybe. Give it a try. I'd be interested to find out. Because, I mean, those Pis do have that ribbon on them. I don't know what they call that, and I don't recall what they call that video interface. I want to say SPI, but it's not. It's something else. QSPI, so I was close, maybe. Yeah, like I was just saying, most of those are just serial controllers. They're not really screens per se. But there were a few of them that were both. But I don't recall which ones those were. Okay, wow. Putting that spool holder on took way longer than it should have.
I'm looking forward to that part.
Yeah. There are just too many to keep track of. I know that for sure. You working on hinges?
Yeah, just putting the handle on. You're done, aren't you?
I think so.
All right. Then I can be done soon too. Once the door's on, it'll count.
Yep, once the door's on, count it.
Call it a day for today.
Find some firmware for it. Actually, I could probably... I think this thing's still on Prusa Connect. I shouldn't have to do any actual work. Oh, log me out, Prusa Connect. What the... Now I have to remember my password.
Pay the Shane tax again.
What? Come on, man. There we go.
So
now I have to find my app.
Oh, yeah. Because there are bad people in the world. Because it's tied to your credit card.
It says my Mini is offline.
Okay, what the hell? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm putting the bolts in going, why is it not catching the nut? You know why. Didn't put them in yet. Man, I've been trying that for a while.
Man, my Mini's at like 5.4 or something firmware, and 6.2 is out.
Okay, you're just being cautious.
Oh, great. The USB device connected to your computer is malfunctioning or not recognized.
Got to build the computer again.
Oh, no, don't say that.
It's like, I think I've got 3, I think it is, USB 3 cards in my tower here. I think one of them shot. But I'm not sure yet. Because it might just be that my cam link is done.
Yeah.
In which case it will get replaced with a $30 off-brand one instead. I'll find one of theirs again.
Do they have those? That I haven't even looked. Do they have some cheaper versions of that out there?
Yeah. I bought one and sent it to a buddy one time for him to test it. He was trying to get his iPad into his computer for doing demonstrations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I've got the solution. So I just sent him one. So here. So it's one more upstairs. I own one. They probably don't sell that one anymore, of course. Look at that. You can't see it. It's on the back. But the door swings. It makes that.
And that's all it
You heard it. That's right. Okay. Where do we put that thing? Now I've tasted success and I want to do more. Do they ever give you instructions on how to install the USB extension?
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, do they? Oh, okay. I haven't seen that yet.
I think it's after the door.
Oh, okay. It's at the end then. Because I was like, we've seen it in the pictures, but I assume maybe I'd missed it. I just want to get the humidity sensor in there. Pull the plastic pin. Numbers come up.
Quality of the included USB drive. Some of those drives were like, they would last 4 or 5 minutes. Hopefully they swapped brands after all of that. But I agree with you. Some of those barely made it out of the baggie.
Yes. I put the ferrite cores on one of the XLs. I can't remember which one. And it solved my disconnecting USB issue like instantly. So it's like, yay.
I know that I have. Here it is. I was going to say, jeez. I couldn't find my mini build plate. It was too mini.
Yeah. It's like mine's got a textured sheet on it. with 3D Chameleon test pieces on it.
Where's all the ASA at? Here's some, but I don't think this is enough.
What the hell's that?
I got some silver. Is this ASA? There you go, this'll work.
Okay, that's in. This will be in when I get to it.
Firmware has been updated. Activate Wi-Fi. Oh, nope. There we go. It says it knows my network. But it doesn't want to connect.
It's not cool.
Mm-mm.
Try waving your phone in front of it. It works on the new one.
Hmm. I wonder if my Wi-Fi adapter is borked or something.
Yeah, those are an add-on, like aftermarket, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a little 8266 in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking of. Well, it's about 29% relative humidity right now.
Mine's
Roughly.
39, so.
It's winter down here. My house is dry. intentionally, because it makes printing easier. But
nothing a reboot couldn't fix. Carry on. Game on.
Whew. I was lucky. Thought you were gonna have to rebuild again. It'll get old in another couple of months.
No, it's okay. I deserve it.
Okay, I'm gonna bravely try to install this spool holder.
Yeah. Make sure you only do it once, and you set those hex nuts in there really tight with a screw. Like pull them through real tight, and maybe you'll have a better time than I did.
We'll try. If not, it'll be a tomorrow thing.
I got it on once, and then I removed it because I couldn't get the shaft part on, and then I couldn't get it to go back.
Mine's I already put it together, and I'm stuck with it now.
So yours should go much smoother.
Mine was difficult to twist into place, and it feels like if I try to untwist it, I'll be printing a new one.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with, but it'll be the first time, won't be the last.
This thing could use just a wee bit of PTFE. I have one of those cutters somewhere.
I just glanced at the spot where mine lives, and it's not sitting there. I know where it is, though. It's in the room where the Mark IV is, because I was using it to run lines to the dryer.
Yeah, I don't. How do you get the tiny bed in a much bigger chamber? It reminds me of the Mini Enclosure. How hot can it get? I don't know. The Wi-Fi inconsistent, absolutely. Those little modules, they work, but not for long.
Yes, wire.
They're impressive for what they are, but
my minis are all wired.
Yeah,
we're having some stressful moments, if you will. Now, so I want to put this on before tomorrow with a fresh brain, I will attempt to spring the case into shape. Maybe I should stop before I install it. So I had one more thing with 2 holes that'll be stopping it from rotating. Go do that. Be off camera when I lay a beating on it. So Shane has less to use.
Like wait until you get to the car to hit your kids.
No, can't say stuff like that, man. Everybody's listening nowadays.
Good thing I don't have any kids. So.
That's right. Yeah. Well, did not say it had to be your kids.
Well, that's true. I guess you could hit any kids. But...
That's right.
That seems kind of impolite just to start wailing on somebody's kid.
The kids that you picked up at the playground? Oh, sorry.
No, not like that at all.
Way back in college, one of my buddies drove a old kind of beat up Ford white van. And we had plans a few times to take like just a paintbrush and just write free candy on the side of it.
It's not right.
No, but it was real funny when you're pretty drunk and playing Frisbee. It was pretty funny. It seemed like a good plan. A viable option.
Print head, filament, steel sheets. That's what I'm looking for. Texture.
I can tell that story on your stream. Nobody can identify me.
Yeah, why not? All right. Doing a first layer calibration, and then I'm going to print my TSU holder on the Mini in the enclosure that I'm printing it for.
You are better than me.
I'm an animal.
I will print the appropriate things for the power supply this evening. And have those ready for tomorrow. Hopefully I can get that part of it ready tomorrow. See how ambitious I am if I build a Mini tomorrow with ASA parts.
After today, you'll probably be done with building.
I'm kind of hoping this kind of gets me ready to build more stuff.
Well, that'd be good.
I've got a Mark III that needs to be a Mark 3.5, whatever the hell number it came up to.
That's a good starter build. Very straightforward, and it's very satisfying. The bang for the buck you get out of it. So.
Well, and I'm starting from a strip back down to not like to parts almost, like the frames together, and that's about it. Still, everything else has been stripped off it a long time ago for a different idea. I was going to put a Revo on it way back when, so it's all taken apart. So it's over there. My first thing on those is to make sure I still got all the parts. Make sure I haven't cannibalized them for anything else.
That's the hard part.
So that's on my list. And to build that other Mini has been on my list for quite a while, and this has hurried that along. So I think it'll be next. Minis are pretty straightforward, as I recall.
Yeah.
So
what do you have left on your enclosure? Just a slight adjustment to get those screws in
I have to do the adjustment to get the frame sprung into shape in that one, or drill it out, one or the other, when the batteries charge up. But that's it. Some zip ties, some wires into place once I'm sure where they're going to go. I got to print the pieces to hold the power supplies on so I can carry it around. So that's tonight's project. And then tomorrow I'll put those on, zip tie stuff into place a bit, try to spring the frame.
Cool.
And see how the day unfolds. Close. Wasn't for the... Should show you guys the beaten in corner on this thing.
Yep.
And it's like on a 45-degree crunched in. So pretty sure that's what took care of that issue.
Liz says she's keeping her Mini old school for now. Mine is very old. It's original school as far as Mini goes. I've never changed anything about it. Forgot how long these take to heat the bed. Jeez.
It's because you're usually in another room when you do it.
I've long since watched it do it for a long time.
Print. Prusa Connect has made me very lazy about that kind of thing.
Yep.
Some days it's like, I hope it's got PETG on it. I'll find out in a minute.
That's one thing about the new ones. They're a little smarter. At least they will complain when you try to send it PLA and it's got PETG in it.
Including the odd time when it thinks it knows and it really doesn't.
Well, yeah, there's that too. So.
Because I didn't hit the right thing it's my fault, but it thinks it's right. I'm like, no, I swear to you, it's PLA, just print it. Take it all back again. Yeah. This one can just go back into the rack where it belongs. Can't remember now.
It's already up to 25.5. Enclosure's heating.
Yeah, Liz, your Mini's still young. It should be original old school for now. It's a Mini Plus though, so.
What do you get with the Mini Plus? You get a Super Pinda and something else?
Yeah.
Mine still got the old orange one on it.
See me glance at mine to see what color the tip is on this one. Yeah, this has got an old orange one on it too, so this is my first one. Known because it has a number 1 at the top. But came out of the rack. It's got a stainless steel nozzle on it. Mm.
All right, it's moving. It's heated.
Put you up on the big monitor so I can watch. Because my phone's just not cutting it. Oh, one day mine will work like that. This week.
Adjusting the first layer on the Mini is kind of a unique experience because it's so small.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it'll double check one.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're only 6 inches square. How can it be that far off?
I don't think I've ever ran ASA on this thing. Maybe once or twice.
I don't think I have on any of the Minis. I didn't really do much ASA until I got the Excel. Another project this weekend. I have to make a new license plate frame for my car.
Yeah?
Well, my favorite driver in NASCAR, I've got NASCAR numbers on the license plate frames. And my favorite driver retired last year, so I don't want to be seen driving around with that.
No, that would be ridiculous.
So, not going to be ready for today, that's for sure. I haven't even drawn it up yet. Change a number.
Going. Let's see. What's it going to do?
Don't break, don't break, don't break.
Oh, yeah, this one does like the zigzag pattern. Oh, you definitely need more squish than that, Mini. Really drive it into the texture.
This is the part where I'm like, I got to remember where that is in the menus, man.
Yeah, you have to go in like the hardware settings deep to get
yeah.
It took me a second to find it.
Then we realized how spoiled we are with the newer machines.
Yeah. 100C's warm on your fingers.
Been there, done that. We've all done that. Wow, it's past my bedtime already. Wow. Getting ready for NASCAR season. Catch a nap during about halfway through for a while.
All right. I think we did it. I think we're good.
I think you're rocking.
Okay. I didn't even turn the table cam on today. Ooh, and it's not having a good day. It's just, why is it jittering? That's interesting. This is one of those cameras that's got the like the gyroscope in it.
Yeah.
And the gyroscope seems to be have lost its mind.
Well, that's not good. It's a camcorder, right?
Yeah. Well, a handy cam like thing.
Yeah.
I'll let it start printing, and then I'll let you go do about your day. I won't hold you hostage on the stream any longer.
It's okay. I've got an hour and 15 minutes before race time, so time to make something for dinner.
Get a quick nap in.
No. Probably not. I could say. Turn that camera off, seeing as it's not doing anything.
I really like it though. It's nice and cute, little bitty.
Yeah, it overall, it's not. It doesn't add a lot of footprint. I mean, that's some, but by the time you tuck the spool in there and everything, it's
might change up some of the cables a little bit, but all in all, pretty good.
It's relocatable now, so you can just pick it up all intact and take it and just plug it into the wall, and away it goes.
I got handles and everything.
I know. They're the best.
It's up to 27.6 in there.
$25.3 and holding here. And 25% relative humidity. Oh, I hear that sound.
Yeah, it definitely adds some resonating noise to when you put your
just
printer in
pack
there.
some blankets around it. It'll tuck it down a notch. Take up the resonance.
Oh, I didn't even turn my light on. Jeez, what am I thinking? Turn my filter on. That'll slow down my heating process, though. I don't want to do that yet.
Yeah, no. Wow. Your light works, too. I might be able to make my light work, but, I'll save it for the grand finale tomorrow.
We're almost there. Takes a lot longer to get to 260 than it does 215. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Math. Well, I think our test of DDO Ninja has been good.
Yeah, I think that worked out really well.
I guess we'll know when I check the playback later and see, but it seems like it's doing all right.
That filament in the way of the screen is going to drive me crazy, but it's the end of a spool, so it's like super curly. So it's kind of got a mind of its own.
Yeah.
All right. Let's switch over. Here you go. It's printing inside the enclosure.
Ooh.
With input shaper intact. Moving
Nice.
around like crazy.
There it goes. Now it's moving quicker. I know. Delay. And somewhat importantly, you can still see my sticker in the background. So, you know.
That's true. Right there. All right. We did it. It worked.
All right. Yay.
Yay.
One work.
All right. So it's a little longer stream than usual, but we got it together.
Sorry.
No, one of the projects has been knocked off. On to the next one. But it was, thanks for doing this with me, Mike. I appreciate it. It was good to hang out with you.
Thanks for letting me come and hang out and
No
slow
problem.
things down.
Any time we'll do this again.
Well,
so anyway, thanks for everybody that hung out. Thanks for the super chats, all the tips, just supporting us and cheering us on as we build this thing. I'll probably do some tests with the enclosure, so you'll probably see this again on some videos. But I would like to at least see how hot it gets in there. So maybe I'll tweet some stuff out or something. I don't know. So
I think it'd be interesting to see how warm it gets.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. So we'll see. But thanks everybody. We're actually going to be back on another stream next Saturday, so you won't have to wait too long. So and Mike will be in the chat, I'm sure, moderating for us. So he won't be.
That is the plan.
All right. Take care, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Thanks all.